Okay. Attempting a little 29 Everbloom. We get much snow in Chattanooga? Very little bit. A little dusting on the ground. What up, Forte? Alright. What's the route looking like? Okay. That's a lot of berserkers. Okay. Alright. Do I need a poison dispel? Do I keep Ursul's Vortex? Do I need Ursine Vigor? It would basically just be for last boss, I think. Do I think I need Ursine Vigor for last boss? Nah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, 29 Everbloom, no comms. Like, 0 chance this goes poorly, right? That was a long distance jump. I tried to roar it and they were like so far away from me I couldn't even get to them.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Fucking hell, man. Dude, come on, man. Even with Ironbark up, what was the overkill on that? Like 3? 170k. Well, that's like close if you round, you know. Wait, I did take Ursul's Vortex. I thought I didn't. I didn't even use it on that fucking pole. Motherfucker. Oh, JB. Okay. Guess we release there. Well, that seems like the key's probably done, I think. Maybe. Unless the mage has managed to keep that shit alive. Nope. What was it? Did I get melee by one of the pedals?
We are all doomed.
Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Where was that fucking water? I'm like so fucking confused, dude. I swear to God, there's no oh, dude. Now I'm like fucking tilted, man. Yeah, the monk died to the same thing. He says he died to invisible shit. I gotta watch this VOD, dude. I swear the fuck to God, there was nothing under my feet. Yeah, it's invisible. It is. I went back and looked because I was like, bro, like, there's no way. Sometimes I get hit by waters when I'm like right up in the boss's asshole, and I'm like, there's a bunch of shit going on, and like, there's times where that's like, okay, yeah, I got to pay more attention. But when I'm hanging out in the middle of nowhere like this, you can't get hit by waters, man. There's like no way that you don't notice a water spawn underneath you. And so I was like, bro, there's like no, unless it like spawned under the tornado, and I just really didn't pay attention to it. But I went back and watched, and like, I'm like chilling. Dead. I don't know why. Very cool, very cool. I mean, it's kind of whatever. I don't think that key was going well, but at the same time, like, what the fuck? All right. Well, we did some keys off stream last night. I managed to get a 30 at tall timed. Then I thought last night was going to be the night, because I jumped in with a group who had a bunch of 30s, but they were all shit. It was like 30 Murzon, 30 Throne type shit. I had a 30 weight crest, so they're like, hey, do you mind if we like run your 30 and then we can re-roll our 30s and do more? And I was like, all right, whatever. It's Monday night. Sure. So we did the 30 weight crest, which was, of course, the only 30 I had actually timed. So that didn't give me any score. But we did a 30 weight crest, re-rolled keys, got a tall out of it, went and did the atoll, timed that, re-rolled more 30s, got 2 Galacron Falls and a Black Rook Hold, and it was like, oh my god, I'm actually just going to start, like, banging 30s tonight. And we proceeded to then scuff both Galacrons and a BRH. And it was like, man... How did I catch hands with nothing happening? There was an invisible water that spawned underneath me, apparently. Also, I got word from the MDI team I was speaking to, and they said that they had been attempting to... They had a tank and 2 DPS already. They were trying to fill a healer spot and the 3rd DPS spot, and they weren't getting an answer from the guys they wanted for the 3rd DPS spot, so they said they've chosen to just sit out this MDI rather than try to play with a team they weren't confident in, which I respect. Like, I've felt the same way in the past, so can't blame them on that. But anyway, I would say MDI looks unlikely this season. I would now need a team. Even that team felt unlikely. Like, I was like, holy shit, I can't believe I actually got an answer from a team about playing. So that one felt like it was kind of a small miracle, and now, yeah, there's just no way that there's going to be a team that is still looking for a healer a couple weeks before Proving Ground start. So I would say it seems like it's dead. All right, 28 Throne. They already have a Druid, but that's fine. You can always use more Druids. Multiple Vortexes is good, you know? Come on, team. Please let me get a 28 Throne time. I'm getting a 30 timed yesterday put me within, like, striking distance of getting 3,700 this week. Had I not gotten that done last night, I would have probably felt pretty unconfident that we were going to hit 3,700 today. But getting a 30 done yesterday kicked me up into the 3680s, which means if I could time like 2 more keys above what the level I have is now, If we could go to a 30 on like BRH, or a 28 on Throne, or a 28 on Rise, or a 30 on Fall. If we could get like 2 of those, there's a chance I could hit 3,700 off that. What up, Mark? What's going on, Caradia? Fucking disc priest, man. Work my body, work my body. Bop, 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 bop. Feel like 25 Throne is easier on Tyrannical, weirdly enough. I would say that Throne is probably easier on Tyrannical until you start hitting one-shot territory, which is where I think around like level 27-ish Throne is where first boss starts to get a bit one-shotty. And third boss as well, if you don't have like a good plan for how you're going to deal with debuffs on that fight, that starts getting really sketchy. Until those bosses start threatening to one-shot you, there's really not a lot going on them. So, yeah, I'm like, if first boss is just everyone gets zapped and their health goes down, and then you have a long time to heal them up, then they get zapped and their health goes down, you have a long time to heal them up, like that kind of shit, like, yeah, it's not a very difficult boss. Second boss, especially if you're not like pulling trash on it, second boss is you know, if the knockback isn't killing you, then easy peasy. Third boss, if the spells aren't killing you and you have a little bit of time to catch up, then yeah. And last boss, pretty similar. Last boss is actually probably the most difficult boss in terms of like mechanics, but the least likely boss to like one shot you. So yeah, I would say until you get up into the upper 20s, that might be true, that Throne feels a bit easier on Tyrannical, because it feels like there's less things that are just gonna wipe your group out. All right, well, we've hit the point in the season now where it's kind of funny how this seems to work for me in these seasons. I feel like I start these seasons with not a lot of expectations, and I start playing my way up in the keys, and I'm having fun, just kind of pugging. And then invariably there's some point in the season where somebody asks me to do keys, and I get into a real group, and I start glimpsing an actual like push group, and then for whatever reason the group stops playing together, and then I'm left feeling dissatisfied. Whereas like at the beginning of the week I was probably happy to just be running around pugging keys trying to get score. Now if I'm not doing 30s, if I'm not in like a dedicated group, I just feel like it's kind of a waste of time, and I don't like being at that point in the season. I kind of liked just bouncing around between groups, having fun. That group I was playing with, and this is the kind of shit that, like, you know, you get used to it when you're in high key groups. Like, there's just really there's very little loyalty in the scene, and not even that there necessarily should be, but like the group I was playing with earlier this week, they had several days in a row where they said we were going to start at a certain time in the morning. So I would be online at that point in time. We wouldn't start then. We wouldn't start even within like an hour of that point in time. Yesterday, we said we were going to start at 8. I got a message from the tank at 9:30 saying, oh man, other people aren't online, so I don't know what to do. And then a message again at like 10:30 saying, yeah, they're still not on. Then heard nothing from him. Then I see that they do keys as a group with a different healer last night. And then then they wake up early in the morning. Like this morning, I got online at like 7:30, and they were already doing keys with that same group. And it's like, bro, just say. Like if that's the case, just fucking just say. So I'm not wasting my time, like logging on and shit. Just, you know, I'm a grown up. Like, I don't need you to. I don't need you to lie to me, but just fucking say so that I can plan my day differently. What up, Strafed Up and MDI group? It's looking very unlikely now. There was a team I was talking to this week. It was looking like it might have. Actually, I would have said I thought it was a good chance of it happening, but then they said they were trying to find the last DPS, and I messaged them last night asking how that search was coming along, and they wrote back this morning saying that the people that they had been trying to get on the team didn't appear, either weren't really responding or didn't appear interested, and they said that they didn't want to just grab somebody that they weren't confident in just to make the team, and so they thought they were probably just going to sit out this MDI. So I will say, at this point, MDI looks very unlikely. Oh, also, we missed Bro Train. Thank you for the resub, babes. 7 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Sucks, but it's better than grabbing a random having a shit time. Yeah, I mean, I had sat out the last few MDIs for basically the same reason. I didn't want to just jump into a group just to jump into a group. And the this group, I guess now that it's not happening, I could probably talk a bit more about it in terms of who it was. So it was the guys from the team Last Moment in the previous TGP, which was like Yaunt and Elbro and Shu, and so they had I think they ended up, because I kind of went back and looked at their times and stuff from TGP to see how they had performed as a team, and they ended up taking third in the group stage, so they didn't make it to grand finals, but their group stage times were competitive, and I think they ended up as like the 9th seed coming out of time trials, so not terrible. And you know, it's the kind of thing where like I have a you know, I guess at some point you have to have confidence in yourself as a competitor that you could like improve a team if you join it. So it was like, okay, well, you know, that those were their times without me, and I'd like to think that I could, by joining a team, improve times. So if they were like a 8th, 9th place-esque team before, then maybe we, you know, I guess my goal for that would have probably been like try to finish like 4th or something. Would seem like the kind of realistic ceiling in that scenario. But mostly I just wanted to play because I think the healers this season look like they're going to be fun. I wouldn't be forced to play like fucking Resto Shaman or Preservation Evoker. Wither, thank you for the resub, babe. 40 months, appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Smelling a Mistweaver meta? I could definitely see Mistweaver getting played. And I truly, at this point in time, without seeing or without knowing what DPS comp, I feel like a lot of this depend on DPS comps. Because if I don't think AUG is going to be meta in the MDI, but if it is, I think Disc Priest becomes relatively more valuable because AUG makes PI more valuable on a target. And then is like Balanced Druid a meta DPS spec in the MDI? Because if you're not playing with a Druid DPS, then a Druid healer becomes a lot more attractive for Mark of the Wild. And I think it would be hard to turn down Mark of the Wild if you don't have it already. So I could see a lot of different scenarios where, because I mean, I think in terms of if you had no group buffs at all in the game and it was just healer performance that caused you to bring a certain healer, Monk definitely looks good because I feel like Monk can do some like really big pulls. You know, being able to just run in there and start spinning. You could do, I think, some pretty hairy ass pulls. That other healers might be able to do, but they wouldn't like probably contribute a whole lot meaningfully in terms of DPS. Whereas a monk can just walk in there and start spinning on a huge pack, be doing like fucking 200k DPS, and also be shitting out 200 plus k HPS pretty brainlessly. But monk single target's not crazy, and the monk group buff is, unless the meta changes around pretty dramatically in the MDI, the monk group buff is not especially valuable, especially if the tanks continued being kind of what they are, whereas, you know, it's looking like Vengeance is going to be a pretty popular tank. They're not doing a lot with Mystic Touch. If you've got, you know, Mage or Balanced Druid, or, you know, even if it is like DPS DK that's meta, you know, a lot of their damage is magic. You would have to have a meta, I think, in order for Mistweaver to be an attractive group buff, you'd need to be running a meta that probably had a rogue in it. Or if like BM Hunter popped off or something. Is MDI still allowed only one of each class? No, you are allowed only one of each spec, but you can bring multiple specs of one class if you want. Now, realistically, that's probably not going to happen just because usually you want to get a diversity of raid buffs in the comp. And so if you're bringing 2 of one spec, the only class that brings 2 unique raid buffs to the group is Paladin. You could get Devo Aura and Ret Aura. But otherwise, everybody's just stacking the same buff. Maybe Havoc and Vengeance. If there was going to be any spec that got two of the same, or any class was going to bring two specs, I think Demon Hunter seems probably like the most likely at this point, but I don't think I would expect that to happen. I think a lot of the value of Havoc at this point is as a Chaos brand buff. And if they're not doing that, then... Heard some shit about Double Rogue. Is that a meme? I don't know. This is one of the reasons kind of why I wanted to do MDI this season is I would like... Oh, and speaking of that team I was going to play with, one of the drawbacks to that team that they were very upfront about is that they all had jobs. So the practice schedule was going to be rather condensed. It was going to be practicing like 6 or 7 hours a day. And I know this is kind of a meme. Only 6 or 7 hours a day during the week, and then be able to play more on the weekends. But that's where a lot of the value of like pre-proving grounds practice comes in, is when your team gets access to the tournament realm, and then you can just go in there and fuck around in keys on different specs, just try out a bunch of different shit. You're not fucking around with routes, you're not fucking around with tech necessarily. You just go in there and probably have like a sample pull, like maybe you would say you're gonna walk into what would be a good test for this? Maybe like Galakron's Fall. Maybe you try out different comps and you just keep doing this pull. You just drag everything on the first boss and you slam it, and you see how fast it goes. And then you bring in a different spec and you try it again, and you just keep testing that, trying different shit to see if there's like any combination of specs that just pops the fuck off. And or trends, you know, it's like every time we bring a Shadow Priest, this pull goes really fucking well. What's going on with that? And so you would find like a test pull that you could do pretty quickly, or several plays. It wouldn't necessarily have to be just one pull, because you'd also want to, you know, if you just did this over and over, any class with like 3-minute CDs is probably going to look pretty good, because if you're just doing one pull and you get to slam your 3 minutes and then walk out of the dungeon, that's probably going to look good. So maybe you'd also want to do something where you did like what would be a dungeon where you'd have some good like back-to-back like maybe a tall or something. You would go, maybe you could do some shit where you go left and you grab like a bunch of this shit and then kill it, and a bunch of this shit and kill it, and then do a Lunza, and then time yourself, you know, how long did it take us to kill a Lunza? And that gave us a few different looks of DPS profiles. There's some bigger trash pulls, there's some maybe smaller trash pulls on the Colossus, and then boss. And so do a few pulls in a row, and then at the end of it, see how fast each comp went. Start to get an idea of like which specs have good burst, good single target. Obviously in the MDI, all things being equal, you want to spec with lower CDs, because you're probably going to be trying to do faster pulls. On live, or on higher keys, I should say, having longer CDs isn't necessarily a bad thing, because a lot of times pulls last so long that you can send cooldowns and not worry that they're like not going to be up in time for the next thing that you need them for. But in MDI, a lot of times you'll do these big pulls where it's like critical that you have cooldowns up on pull, or else you're just going to wipe. But also, you're just chaining these pulls back to back to back. And so if you are a class with like 2-3 minute CDs, you send it at the start of one pull, you kill the pull, you go into the next pull, you don't have CDs, you do a third pull, your CDs like still aren't back, and it's like, bro, we don't like we we can't do this many pulls in a row without your CDs coming back. Like, we got to have contribution. What do I think DPS DK would need to be more viable at high key levels? Part of the problem with DK is it doesn't give you much in the group aside from DPS. There's no group buff, and it's almost singular in that capacity now. Like, DK is about like the only goddamn spec that doesn't do anything for your damage in the group. Defensively, it doesn't provide any, like, really. I mean, it's got AMZ, which is nice, but not exactly unique. You know, you've got other DPS classes, other melee DPS that could, like, rally or darkness, or like Ret could bring like Diva Aura, things like that. So AMZ's like, I mean, it's not nothing, but it's also, you're also not like, oh, gotta get AMZ in this group. And then as far as, you know, like, it doesn't bring a dispel, which isn't the end of the world, but, you know, when you start stacking classes against each other, seeing why we bring one or the other, if one of them has a dispel and one of them doesn't, it's, you know, so you put that in the you got your pros column and your con column, and if you don't have a dispel at all, that's a con. I don't know that it brings prio damage, really. Maybe it does, I don't know. It used, like, back in the heyday of Unholy DK, it had prio damage and key. I mean, it did everything. It did fucking insane AoE damage, and it pumped one target really hard. I don't know if it still does anything like that. But the problem with DK really is just that it doesn't really do much for your group survivability wise in high keys, and it doesn't really bring much in the way of utility. You know, when you look at some of the other DPS specs that do get invited to keys, something like Rogue has like a shitload of stops it can bring to the group, as well as, you know, things like Shroud, or even Sap can be a big deal, just as a way to put a mob, like CC a mob without putting it in combat. Things like that. And then like DH brings a group buff that's a very powerful one in this meta, because there's so many magic damage classes. So Chaos Brand is really nice. DH also has, again, some utility, like Imprison's nice, or some of their mobility, double jump occasionally can be kind of nice for some shit. But it's mostly just like, if you have a spec that can bring a group buff as a melee, because if you look at the melee that have ever been, meta, it's basically been like Havoc because of Chaos Brand. Not necessarily strictly because of Chaos Brand, but Havoc has been meta, and part of that is because it brings Chaos Brand. Windwalker has been meta. A part of that is because it brings Mystic Touch, but also just because it, like, pops the fuck off in the seasons where it's meta. Rogue, again, damage wise, and then back when Rogue was at the heyday of its meta, it was because Shroud was just, like, irreplaceable. And I would say another thing about Unholy DK that's, I think, harder to... This isn't necessarily the case for Frost, but for, like, Unholy. Typically, the melee specs tend to be more attractive when they can fucking blast, like burst. Like, come into a pull and just, like, shit on something fast. When, like, Windwalker was popular back in Shadowlands, it was because Windwalker would roll into a pack and their Chi-Ji procs would just, like, you just watch mobs' health just like Havoc this season at the start of it before it got nerfed like 7 times in a row. You'd watch a Havoc run into a pack and just like shit just dies. And Unholy needs, like, because of its dot damage kind of profile, Unholy needs some time to make shit happen like that. And again, all things being equal, if you can do damage really fast up front, or you can do damage that ramps up over time, the damage up front's always more valuable. In order for the damage over time to look more attractive, it has to end up being more damage at the end. And right now, I don't know that Unholy DK is doing like more damage when its dots get going, and especially in the MDI, where the whole point is to kill shit really fast and move on to the next pull. It's hard for that to break in DK's favor. What's the situation with meta in DF? Is everything playable at a decently high level, or are there 5 to 6 specs that are must have? I'd say that there's a decently diverse meta at the moment. I mean, there's certainly some classes that are more sought after than others, but you could play, or I would say you'd have a fairly easy-ish time getting invited. If you're playing tank, you could probably get invited fairly easily on Vengeance, Prot Pally, or Blood DK. Probably going to struggle a bit more as Guardian Druid, Prot Warrior, or Brewmaster. As a healer, you'll have a pretty easy time getting invited as Druid, Priest, or Monk. A bit harder of a time on Shaman or Evoker. Pally's, I think, still decently popular. Then on DPS, you'll have an easy time getting invited on probably Havoc, Mage, Balance Druid, Ogvoker, Rogue. Probably a decent time getting invited as Warlock. Shaman might be a little harder. Shadow Priest a little harder. Ret a little harder. Windwalker probably a bit harder. DK is probably more difficult. Hunter maybe, I'm not sure how. Hunter doesn't really get invited in high keys. I don't know how it fares in the like lower 20s. Do I think 30 plus Blood DK is still super viable? You'll have a tough time getting into groups that are doing 30s as a DK. Could you do it? Probably. Are you going to get invited to the group? Probably not. Fire Mage is meta now, but what'll happen in 3 months? I mean, it's tough to see Fire going anywhere. Partly because they just got buffed. Like, the trajectory of the class is favorable. If a spec is looking good, it makes sense sometimes to like kind of zoom out and see how it has gotten to that point, because if a spec started off unpopular and it has crept its way up to being good, that probably bodes better than having started off insanely overpowered and been nerfed down to being very good. And Fire Mage did not start off broken as shit. It got buffed up to being now pretty good, incrementally. And I feel like Blizzard is less likely to then swing back the other direction on a spec like that. Contrast to like Havoc at the start of the season. Havoc was like broken and they've been nerfing it. And as a Havoc player, I would still be nervous that at any point in time Blizzard will be like, nah, we're not done with you yet, dude. Get back here. We still got more fucking nerfs. Turned off mentions on my own Discord server. I may have. What was the? Oh, well, sorry. Yeah, I read that this morning when I was getting out of bed, and then got out of bed and then forgot about it. Yeah. So invigorate. I would probably right now of all the dungeons, the only ones that I would consider running invigorate in, I think, would be potentially Atoll, basically for last boss, racking pain. Maybe Waycrest for Soul Thorns. And where's my fucking dungeon journal? It's like Atoll, maybe Waycrest. Honestly, outside of that, those might be the only two dungeons I'd run invigorate for those two mechanics. Druid's a pretty safe bet for longevity. Yeah, Druid's definitely. I don't know if there's ever been a tier where, at least for Mythic Plus, where no spec of Druid was meta. I guess maybe. Let's see. I guess end of Shadowlands. There was no Druid spec. It was Blood Decay, Holy Priest, Lock, Survival, and then a third DPS spec that was not Druid. But especially in the era of Mark of the Wild, like Druid, like Druid would have to be really bad to not bring any Druid to a group because of Mark of the Wild. Druid pretty safe. You can play both balance and resto. Yeah. Yeah, decent chance. I mean, honestly, at this point, if you can just play fucking balance, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna be meta at any given season. What the fuck? Dude, I saw Rupee doing this earlier. They're like trying to do like a fucking 5 tank 29, I think. I opened up the LFG earlier and saw he was in a group with like four. It was like four. I think it was 4 tanks, and they were looking for a 5th. And I don't know if the 5th is supposed to be a healer or if they're trying to 5 tank it. But I imagine that might be what the prop pally's for the healing. God damn, dude. There keeps being these like thrones that go up, but people have not gotten anywhere close to. And I feel like I've started to learn my lesson of like, if I see a 28 throne, it used to be I would just be like, yeah, fuck it, let's go in there. But when somebody puts a 28 throne up and they've timed a 25, that's just, it's never going to go well, dude. There's no fucking shot that a 25 throne or a 28 throne goes well if you've timed a 25. It's just, that shit is doomed. Do you basically stay in bear form in phase 1 of BRH? We do a really goofy dance where I can... Yep, there it is. 29 5 tanks. Where I... when you start the fight out, he goes... So he does his shadow bolts. And he does 3 of them. And they always target a different player each shadow bolt. So as soon as he starts doing the shadow bolts, I drop into bear form each time a shadow bolt's about to go off. If I get hit by it, then we're safe for the rest of that phase. So then you can go back to not worrying about it. But if you didn't get targeted by a shadow bolt yet, you have to... I keep dropping into bear form before each shadow bolt goes off, which I think you can basically go like 2 globals. So it's like, first shadow bolt starts to go, you drop into bear form, you come out, cast 2 things, drop back into bear form, come out, cast 2 things, drop back into bear form. Then he does his beam through the middle thing and then his blade, and that gives you some time, I don't know, like 10 seconds or something to fuck around and not worry about bear form. Then he goes back into his shadow bolts, and then you got to keep doing the drop into bear form, drop into bear form. Now, if you have a defensive up, you could stay out, but you're about to go into the intermission with the AoE, and you probably want some defensives for that shit. So sending defensives just to sit in caster form or bear or cat form for a few more globals seems like probably not a fantastic use of your defensives. But yeah. What up, Kelly? Lots of one-shots this season? Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably attribute that to DPS feeling pretty high. Like, I feel like groups have a lot of DPS this season, so you're not running into timers challenging you. Now, the things that stand out are like Throne having a tight timer and one-shotting you. Is you, because that's a dungeon that sucks on both Tyrannical and Fort. Because if it was like only one shots in there, then you'd be like, oh, okay, well, we should be able to time this higher on Fort. Like, we should be able to like go pretty fast on Fort because the only thing we're worried about is one shots. The timer's free, but that's not the case. In Fort, the timer's not free. You still have to pull big, and then you die to trash. And then on Tyrannical, if it was only the timer that was tight, on Tyrannical, it'd be like, well, timer's tight, but, you know, it's like because it's just a tight timer, the shit in here is not that dangerous. We just got to try to, like, go really fast. But no, then the boss is, like, one-shot you on Tyrannical. So there's really no week where Throne suddenly becomes a much safer dungeon. Basically sucks all the time. Dude, Kia makes weird fucking groups because he likes to play with Lotus, and that means his Shadow Priest Boomkin, and that then it's like, well, what healer do you bring? You've like eaten up 2 of the meta healer spots with your DPS. Now it's like Holy Paladin, I guess, or because the problem is the other meta healer is Mistweaver, which buffs none of that damage. If you're bringing Shadow Priest Moonkin, then Mistweaver's doing like nothing for your DPS. So now you're basically like bringing a Holy Paladin, which time to swap. You know, we may be at a point where I start fucking around with DPS soon. This season has, I feel like, been a like an eye-opening season for me, I guess, because it hasn't really felt like there's been a season since I moved to EU where I felt like Druid was a super, I guess it's really not still a super meta healer. So in that sense, maybe it's not quite, but it always felt like, yo, if I could just get back to a season where Druid was good, I could start getting invites, but like that's still not happening. And I don't know. Maybe it's just like where you gotta play something else. And what's frustrating is that like I am a better healer than a lot of the people doing, like a lot of the healers doing high keys right now. Like objectively, like I do more damage than them. Lol, it giving a shit if a healer can heal a key that matters in like 2 dungeons. And I'll join groups that we'll play with, and we'll like slam the key, go really fast. They'll be like, wow, you know, they'll say fucking out loud, wow, we're going so fast in this key. I wonder what the fucking deal is. Hey, thanks for playing with us today. We're going to go back to using our regular healer. See you next time. Yeah, it's I don't know, the playing on EU thing is, I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place because I just feel like I've never really fit in on EU. For what could be any number of reasons. Like I'm just I'm older than people now. And I'm like older. I don't play as much as I used to. I think there's like a cultural difference. And so I haven't really ever felt like I fit in on EU, but schedule wise, I don't think I can go back to NA. It would just mean that I have to start rating, or I had to start streaming at like my old hours, which would mean turning on my stream at like, you know, 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and then streaming till probably like midnight or something. And I just don't think that works as well. I don't know. It's hard to get in these. What I probably have to face is the fact that it's just hard to be in a push group if you can't play all day. And I mean like all day. Like if you can't go until, can't play till like 3 a.m. If you can't start, I mean, I could start as early as a lot of these teams want to, but then a lot of these teams want to, I mean, on push weeks, a lot of these teams want to play for like fucking 14 hours a day or something. And I used to be able to do that. And I would be willing to do that kind of shit for like esports season. You know, if it's like, wow, esports, I want to play, you know, I want to set aside a month to go really ham. That'd be one thing, but a lot of these groups are doing this shit every week. 8-hour streams, that's not, that thing is, in the context of Mythic Plus, that's not all day. 8 hours is like, that's a solid session, but on push weeks, teams want to go all fucking, like, literally, like, wake up, sit down, log in WoW, play, stop for an hour to eat, continue playing, go to bed. Surely there's a team willing to do average hours on most weeks? Maybe, but it's hard to find them. I think another problem that I have is I think being in a relatively average guild has not helped much. If you look at the people that are pushing high keys, virtually all of them are in high guilds. You are the exception, not the rule, if you are pushing keys and you're not raiding in a high level guild. And I think part of that is just because it's the mentality. Like if you like pushing keys, then there's a better chance that you're going to care about doing well in raid or getting gear. But I also think there's like a networking aspect to it where when you get into those higher level guilds, you're more likely to like, I think, have guild mates that are trying to push keys, and you can get into groups with guys that you're raiding with. Those hours make the 0.1% title sound exhausting. I mean, honestly, it's not really that hard to get the 0.1% title from a time invested perspective. Like, I feel like I could get a 0.1% title on a character by playing a couple weeks near the end of the season. Even just through like pugging. I don't know what the cutoff is for 0.1% right now, but my guess is it would be like having 26s and 27s done, which I feel like you could jump into LFG and do that without having to invest a ton of time. Bro. Fuck. Go 0 to hero every healer. The thing is, I don't like not playing, because like right now, at this very moment, I'm thinking to myself, you know, it would probably be more constructive use of your time to like log on your priest and just start doing some keys rather than waiting around on your druid. The problem is, I know that there's keys that my druid can do that I haven't. It'd be one thing if my dungeons right now were like 30 Waycrest, 30 Atal, 30 Fall, 30 Blackrock Hold, 29 Darkheart, 28 Throne, 28 Murzon's Rise. I would probably be like, seems unlikely I'm going to be able to pug. Seems unlikely I'm going to be like, I'm not expecting to pug a 31 Waycrest, a 31 Atal, 31 Fall, shit like that. That I feel like you need a push group for. But I feel like there's a decent chance you could jump into a pug of relatively high level players and push several of these keys up a level. And for so long as I know that that's like in the seasons where I have had a dedicated push group, like in season 1 where I was playing with like Mordrum, we got all of our keys to the point where it felt like a waste of time to pug because I had every key timed at a level where there was like zero chance that I was just going to jump in a pug and we were going to improve that. So it was sort of like, well, you know, unless I just feel like doing keys for fun, it doesn't feel like there's much reason to play unless I'm in my normal group. And if that was where I was right now on my druid, where I had a group I was playing with all the time and we had timed the keys at the level where it felt like the only way that I was going to improve them was to continue playing with that group to improve the key, I would feel, I think, a lot more open about logging onto alts when my main team wasn't on and just fucking around on alts and trying some stuff. But I am definitely not at that point on my druid, and I don't like just leaving my druid there. Like, I want to push it up to where I feel like, you know, its limits are before I swap and play something else. So it's frustrating that I just feel like I can't even find the keys that would be for score. Wonder why the title's not spec specific. Well, I mean, you could probably make the same argument for, Or I guess you would point to PvP and be like, they don't make it spec specific in PvP. You're not like a gladiator druid. You're not a gladiator rogue. It's just you're a gladiator, you're not a gladiator. And if your spec sucks, then sorry. Play one that doesn't. But this game has really never rewarded you for what spec you play in terms of like titles and shit. Oh, man. I mean, I probably could log on my priest and just send some fucking keys today, but... I've been avoiding my priest and keys because I felt like I didn't have enough verse. But I actually logged on my priest yesterday and looked at my gear, and I was like, you know, I actually have more verse than I realized. It's actually not in a bad place, verse-wise. Could I move guilds or try to find people in your guild that would want to? Maybe. Nobody in my guild right now, nor really ever, has been like a super high key pusher. And I mean, I could probably swap guilds, but I do enjoy the guys I raid with. And it's a very adult raid, which is not a guarantee as you move up the ranks. Like, it's not hard to find a guild with some pieces of shit in it. And so I do appreciate what I have as far as a guild goes. Seemed pretty miserable last raid. Yeah, I mean, this tier is maybe not the best example. But I don't know that it would have been a whole lot better in other raids. Also, for what it's worth, like, I'm pretty sure had I tried to raid in a higher level guild than the one I was in this tier, I would have gotten fucking benched on my Disc Priest. Holy shit, I don't know that many other guilds would have put up with my performance on that spec at the beginning of this tier. That was very cringy. How are people playing with servers down? Well, as it turns out, there's a whole other part of the world than the United States. Bro, why are keys so fucking dead today? Holy shit. Where the fuck is any fucking key? God damn. It's all fucking like 29 Blackrook, 29 Galakron's Fall, 28 Everbloom. Where the fuck are the fucking Thrones? And the Murzon Rises, man. Will we ever see J-Dot tank for fun? I mean, I don't think it would be fun to play a tank. So I probably wouldn't do it just to enjoy myself. Part of the reason I have trouble role swapping is because I mean, I'm sure a lot of people struggle with this kind of shit. When I think about playing a tank or DPS, rather than just being like, yo, I'm just gonna fucking respec right now and jump into a key and see how it feels, YOLO, I immediately start thinking of what I would ultimately want my tank or DPS to be like how that end product would look. So I start imagining all the changes I would want to make to my UI, all the changes I want to make to my gear, the things I need to be tracking on my character that I don't currently really track necessarily. And all of that registers at once in my head. And it's like, man, I really don't want to, I don't want to deal with that shit. Like, I do not, I don't want to switch my UI around. I don't want to have to pay attention to, like different cooldowns from people that I like right now. Like I track kick CDs, you know, for my purposes of knowing when to kick. But if I was a tank, I would need to be like staring at kick timers to know when it's, you know, okay to pull like more trash, or what people's like their CCs look like, what their cooldowns look like, you know, like tracking everybody's damage cooldowns to be like, all right, do we have the damage to go into next pull or not? Shit like that. And I start thinking about all that shit before I hit the respec button, and it's just like, nah, never mind. Join the dark side and play Og. I imagine I could have made a swap to Og if it had happened at the start of an expansion and not halfway through a patch. Even the start of a patch, maybe I could have gotten myself into that. The fact that Og dropped halfway through was just like, Potato, thank you for the reset, babe. 14 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Should I go heal fucking Kia's 29 Galakron's Fall? He's not playing with a balance druid. This is actually my key, by the way. I have a 29 Galakron's Fall. Oh, playing with Johnny. Okay, okay, okay. Dude, I did this with a group off stream last night, and the second boss, I don't know that the second boss has ever felt more relaxed. And I'm not sure exactly what it was. I don't know if people were just better about using their defensives or what, but we did the second boss, and I swear to God, nobody's health dropped below like 60%, like at any point during the fight. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And this was on a 30. Like, we were doing a 30, and it just felt so chill. And I was like, fuck, man. Is it really like this big of a deal? Is this like how different it is when people know like what they're pressing to keep themselves alive versus not? All right. Is everybody here? Draken? No. Fuck. Oh, but we have a warlock. We can just summon somebody. Okay. Don't need this. Don't need this. We'll take this and this. World of Tanks main. Is that the one where classified docs always get linked on the forums? Okay. How many Dargans we doing? 1, 2. Chain it in, I guess. 3. Oh, War Thunder is the one with the... Okay. Blood DK route.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What was that route? That was a Blood DK route.
The infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways. We must follow.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll find a way to stop them.
We will keep the
3,
reinforcements at bay
2,
while you take
1.
care of their commander.
3, 2, move, 1. Drop. You will not get past me. 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Move. Drop. You will not get past me. 3, 2,
Oh shit.
move. Drop. You will not get past me. 3, 2, 1. Move. Reel from the shores of time. 3, 2, 1. Move.
Fuck.
Drop.
Maybe we can still make this.
3, 2, 1. Move. Drop. Time itself cannot stop me. 3, 2, 1. Move. Targeted. Reel from the shores of time. 3, 2, 1. Drop. Time itself cannot stop me. Drop. Time itself cannot stop me.
Why did I press convoke right now as the boss runs away from me?
Drop. Time itself cannot stop me.
Oh, camera, stop that.
Drop.
I guess I can just run outside. I don't know why I'm... That was actually still 35 seconds faster on my Chronocar kill than my previous best 29, so...
What a mess! The timeways are all misaligned.
Alright, so the spell order is me, Priest, Mage, Lock.
This will take us some time. Champions, you must destroy any anomalies that appear.
Spread.
Have to incur the twisting that
When do you think the Infinites went to, Nosdormu?
Holy fuck, what did I just die to? Was that Tainted Sand? Dude, how the fuck did I die through Tainted Sands and fucking Barkskin?
Bronze Temple to do so.
Or through the fuck is the name of my thingy? Ow! Fuck! Through Parax. Farax and Barkskin. How the fuck did I die through both those?
Must be far in the past then. They risk unraveling all of time as we know it.
Indeed. And they will stop at nothing to ensure the rise of my darkest self. You resigned.
Ugh, dude. Dude, Master Spell kind of owns for Bloom.
Red. Red.
Ow. Fucking shit, dude. Of course that shit drops under my feet right when the fucking Tainted Sands come out. Bro! God! Ah! It's I don't. Yeah, this fucking worst room ever.
Even the aspect of
Do I have mage food? No.
cannot
Fuck.
be allowed to disrupt the time ways. Timeways shall be protected.
Four,
Sands of time, I call upon you.
drop, four,
Sands of time, I call upon you. Count the seconds.
four,
Sands of time, I call upon you. The seconds pass.
four,
Sands of time, I call upon you. Count the seconds.
drop,
Yo.
four,
Sands of time, I call upon you.
Holy fuck! Almost got hit by that one.
The seconds pass.
Yo.
four,
Sands of time, I call upon you. You must stop.
Okay, 8 seconds faster than my fastest.
With me, champion.
This dungeon is so stupid, man. Fucking 12 deaths, still going 8 seconds faster than my previous fastest, 29. Gonna double Drake without BL? I don't think we're doing double Drake, but I don't give a fuck. If we want to double Drake, it's double Drake, baby.
1.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Infinite dawn!
three, two, one, AOE,
I have tracked the infinites to a place, a moment where I dare not tread.
You're not coming with us?
three, two,
I shall be
One.
with you in a sense.
There goes the 11 seconds faster than they were last time.
I have faith in
Okay.
you, my friend.
That corpse above us. It's Galakrond. He must have just fallen. He was the biggest proto-dragon ever. His hunger nearly consumed all of dragonkind.
Oh, Jesus. That was a scary fucking tornado right there.
gone back before the aspects were even the aspects. Have to find the proto aspects. They'll know what to do. Uh-oh. That slime is full of necromantic power. Looks like we'll need to mop this up.
Clear. Clear. Clear.
The storm hungers!
Targeted.
Corrupt!
Clear. Clear.
All right. Maybe it goes on a mans that can get rid of it. Sort of doubt it, but
Targeted.
yep.
Beam. Targeted. Beam.
Ew. Fucking shit, dude.
Sinks into your bones.
Beam. Clear.
Alright, if it wants to go on me again, it's more than welcome to now. There we go. It's on Kia. Easy.
Beam.
Alright, 27 seconds faster here.
We face enemies above and below.
Nostormo! Alexstrasza! Everyone! The Infinites are here, and we have to stop them! They wanna... Oh, there's no time to explain.
Very well, little dragon. My friends, with me!
If
Three,
Unicron came
two,
here with the Infinites,
1.
then they must be
Move.
working together. Oh, that's bad. Really bad. Can you scout ahead? I'll be with you in a moment.
For the future of Azeroth.
3, 2, 1. Move. Three. Three, two, 1.
So, the Titan's puppets have come to face me.
Siphoning Galaktron's essence into a... vessel?
3, 2, 1. Move.
Kinda like the Dragon Soul.
Oh no. How many reses do we have?
More
Yeah.
ancient.
I think we probably could have be-res that, but whatever.
One which I shall reclaim.
Move.
I need an opening to destroy that relic.
3, 2, 1. Move.
Ugh. Jesus fuck, why is that so scary? I even try to be on the move when he drops, and it's like hard to get out of it before it ticks a second time.
3, 2, 1.
I wonder if I legit start taking fucking wild charge in this dungeon just to avoid that shit.
Three, 2, 1. Move.
Yeah, see, like that proc caught, like, it's just, fuck these guys, man. We've had basically 3 deaths to these.
Deepa.
Surge of energy.
I shall destroy you,
Heal Chromie.
Titans.
Keep the pressure up.
Heal Chromie.
Feel a surge of energy.
I shall destroy you.
Heal Chromie.
The Titan's order.
That's it. Keep the pressure up.
Dance.
Funded by Earth.
Heal Chromie. High energy.
I feel a surge of energy.
I shall destroy you. Show
Heal Chromie.
Titans.
Okay, I'm very confused as to what's happening right now.
Not disrupt.
Now's my chance.
Wow. Oh, I'm re-rolling my fucking key.
Honor, champion.
29 at all.
Always a pleasure.
Do we have any good keys here? Oh, Kia, please let us do your BRH. Invoice what these guys are pugging? Not invoice. It's a pug. I mean, I don't know how you really classify this. It's not really a pug. Like, we've all played together at some point, more or less. So it's not like 5 random dudes from. But at this level of key, it's sort of like you tend to see the same guys all the time. So it sort of is like a pug. I don't know how you classify that. Our little trinket, how much did you do there? 9%, not bad. My raid chart didn't do like shit this dungeon because I was actually holding it like a pussy to use for defensives. Thoughts on next week's affixes? Looks like ass. It's bolstering, right? Tyrannical. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. Kia gets a 30 BRH and now the group's disintegrating. Wait. I had to double check. This wasn't a button down shirt. Does this thing have tabs? I think it does. Okay. Johnny was like, look at my death on first boss. So I was like, I wonder what happened. Well, that's an interesting source of an overkill. Old Solar Maelstrom, not bad. 11k overkill. Hate that trinket? Yeah, I've been trying to farm it because it does big damn, but I will admit I'm scared to get it. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick while we find a group for this. Hopefully, god damn it, there's no way that we don't run a 30 BRH. So, BRB. All right, I still have to pee. One sec. Is he queued? Oh, all these people are queued. Okay. I need to pee real quick. Aransi, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J.Babes. And what up, Scion? Okay. Which cringy talents do I want to take in here? Yeah. Okay, we cannot do last boss tech because we don't have another night elf that can taunt. So, not even worth discussing it. Is Resto Druid difficult to learn compared to other healers? I feel like the class itself is fairly straightforward. It's certainly a different play style relative to some other healers. And the hot healing. I mean, there's other healers that have hots. There's no other healer that relies so heavily on hot healing. That gets so much of its HPS from hots. So it can be I think a little bit different play style than other healers, which doesn't necessarily make it harder, just maybe a bit less of what you would expect from a healer. And yeah, depending on how much you want to lean into damage, I would say that Druid damage dealing is probably the most, in its current form, Druid damage dealing among the healers is probably the most complicated rotation, which again, it's healer damage, so it's still nowhere near like what you're doing on a DPS spec. But of the healers, the Druid playstyle right now probably involves the most like paying attention to shit. Oh yeah, last boss tech. So it's like a spell queuing thing, but basically the way it works is that you need two people that can taunt and meld, and the goal is that right before the Shadow Bolt volley goes off, the first one, you have somebody taunt the boss, so that the boss is targeting that other person, and then the boss will start casting Shadow Bolt volley. Then you need a second person to taunt the boss while the Shadow Bolt volley is casting. And then the first person that taunted melds. And then the second person that taunted waits for the boss to start casting Shadow volley again, and then they taunt. And what that does is basically delay the boss's Shadow Bolt volley enough that he puts out the buff on the group before the Shadow Bolt volley goes off, so that you're all buffed up before you get hit by the first volley, and then it's not nearly as like dangerous. But you have to have two taunts, two people that can taunt and meld. Okay, we're doing this run non-verbal.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Switch.
Switch. Switch. Switch. Switch.
Dodge.
21, 21.
Dodge. Targeted. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, dodge 1. Dodge.
Feed on your essence. Ancient souls of the Black Rook, rise and join our chorus.
That's a 5-stacker. This could be a problem. What's the cooldown on my trinket? All right. I probably should have held that. $30 seconds? I don't think so. I don't think it's up in 30 seconds. 25. Yeah, I'm fucked. God damn, man. Really close, but... Oh, I got spell warding. Okay. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. No harm, no foul.
Dodge.
Feed on your essence.
Now I see.
The darkness. It is gone.
You aren't the ones who did this? I understand now. You must find Kutalos. You must put a stop to this.
Think it's worth to get Ray Chart for disc? I don't know. I took one from my guild. They're all pissed, but...
Invaders have breached the passage to the crypts. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail, Atosius. Men, the invaders come for us. Do not let them pass. For Kalimdor!
This is not quite how I remember this poll going last night. This is the guys I played with, the tank and the evoker I played with last night. I'm pretty sure the tank took like infinity stacks last night off this, off the spinner.
CC. CC. Dodge. CC. Dodge. CC. CC. Dodge. CC.
Oh my god, dude.
CC.
No, dude, fuck. Ugh. How did that cat fucking hit like 7 fucking people with the bleed? Holy shit. He hit like fucking everyone in the group.
Dodge. CC.
How's this cat still alive, dude? Oh, that's, oh my god, man.
Dodge.
I hate this fucking hallway, dude.
CC. CC. Dodge. CC. CC. Dodge. CC.
Okay, thank Jesus the fucking cat is finally dead.
CC. Dodge. Dodge. CC. Dodge. Dodge. CC.
Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. Oh man. It's fucking killing people.
CC. Dodge. Dodge. CC. 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 Dodge. Dodge. CC. CC.
Alright, well, there's a lot of eligible targets for...
Drop.
The hunt is eternal.
I have no idea where the fuck this bleed is going. Or this,
Targeted.
You cannot escape! Guards, hold them off! I will burn you alive!
Dude, storming makes this fucking obnoxious. Oh shit, I think I'm jumping in the actual fire, not the high beam fire.
You cannot escape! You cannot escape!
Drop. Targeted.
You cannot escape! You cannot escape!
Targeted.
You cannot escape! Guards, hold them off! I will burn you alive!
I forgot this, dragging trash on a boss shit, on this boss in particular, I'm pretty sure has caused an issue in my bigwigs that I had forgotten was a thing, which is a lot of times, or I think by default I should say, bigwigs is configured to suppress boss alerts if it detects trash has been pulled. So if you, this is a thing we had to fuck around with in MDI. If you drag trash on a boss, it would just not, the bigwigs would stop announcing boss shit. And you have to go in and specifically disable that option and tell it to like not do that. Because if you bring like any trash in on the boss, all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, I'm just not going to make any announcements about what the boss is doing anymore. I don't know why that's the default setting, but fuck, I just fucking barked his bubble. shit. Yeah, I think that's key. Why are Druids going crit all of a sudden? What? Let me show you the ring I've had since the start of the season. Wait, wrong ring. That one's haste verse. Did I craft 2 haste verse ones? Never mind, this is a really bad example. I actually haven't crafted any haste crit shit, have I? Or did I recraft? Maybe this was haste crit at the start of the season and I recrafted it. I don't think so, though. I actually do wear, like, all haste verse shit. But I have gemmed haste crit for, Lariat procs. Oh, dude. BRH is actually probably one of the worst dungeons to not do comms in. There's like way too much shit to stop in this dungeon to just try to YOLO it. Damage breakdown? Yeah. Time for mystery keys? Dude, there's no way I leave this week with a 27 throne and fucking Marazon's Rise, man. That shit's just like embarrassing.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
$30 Waycrest. I wish I didn't already have. I don't have very many 30s, but that's fucking one of them. God damn it.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. He'll like you. I have
Green, black?
many lucky
What?
doos you like.
$30 Galacrons fall. Ooh, the 28 Murazones rise with an interesting comp here. Prop Pally Beastmaster, but you know what? I don't, we don't get to be fucking picky. Mans is time to 27. That's basically all I need to see. Oh, when I'm all alone, do you hate me? Oh, when I'm all alone, do you hate me? Hits me like a heart attack. How do you heal or prep for third boss EB for fire phases? Well, the boss does a cycle of 3, so 2 fire, 1 non-fire. For each of the fire ones, I try to have either Convoke or Flourish. And then I don't pop anything on the third one. And then it should be exactly 1 minute between each of those sets. So if you send Convoke like right at the start of her first fire, it should be back for her fourth. And if you send Flourish for the second, it should be back for the fifth, and so on. So you should be able to just rotate a 1 minute cooldown into the first, a 1 minute cooldown into the second, take a break on the third, and then have your 1 minute, the first 1 minute cooldown you use back up for the fourth thing she used, so on and so forth. What shows class colors in Dungeon Finder? It is this. All right, we have ourselves here the like least group buffy group. Let's see. Paladin, is he running? Oh, he could run Devo or Ret. Okay. I guess Hunter technically has a group buff now. It's a fucking shitty one, but no group buff here. Magic damage buffer for a group that's primarily physical damage. That's fine though. Alright, Galacron's full, Galacron's full. Okay, it looks like everybody's in here. In progress. Okay. All right, let's have a look. How's the first pull go? Okay. Keeper with... No, okay. So we stealth through, kill Maiden by herself, then go Keeper into Sentinel. Okay. This is, I think, the safest pull. Of the ways to combine these, I think this is the safest one to do. Just kill the Maiden with nothing else going on. Well, it's maybe not the fastest, but... I think it's, for Pugs, probably the one that's least likely to go tits up instantly. Thoughts on the Sand Gauntlet after Double Dragon? I haven't really felt like that was that big of a deal. If your group's getting stops, now if your group doesn't get stops, different ball game, but if you got kicks for it, it feels like that area is like really, like it can be very trivial to heal through that shit. If your group's getting all the stops, it's basically just the tank getting railroaded, but like nothing else happens. And it is, I used to consider Rise and Fall sand areas to be similar, but you can actually stop most of what happens in Rise. You can't stop what happens in Fall. That shit is gonna shit on you all day long. And you just got to run back. Whereas in Rise, it feels like if your group's good about it, you can mitigate most of the damage in that area, except for the unavoidable stuff on the tank. Oh. Okay. Got our route. Anything else don't need dispel in here? As a new WoW player, as in three months type of new, would I recommend SOD or should you stick with retail? I feel like a lot of the difference between SOD and retail just depends on what you're looking for from the game. One's not objectively better than the other. I would say SOD is a simpler game. That's really what differentiates retail from classic at the moment, is that retail has a lot more systems built onto it. And classic tends to lean much more heavily into like the sort of role-playing game, you know, like much more focused on probably like one character at a time, simpler mechanics, more about the experience and less about being like a min-maxy game. Not that there isn't min-maxing in Classic, but it's not, I don't think, nearly as sweaty as it is on retail. Also, I missed a bunch of shit. Helwig, thank you for the resub, babe. 21 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Jotty, thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. And I also missed Potato, I guess, fuck, I just now realized. Thank you for the resub, babe. 14 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Okay, here we go. I wish this was one of those dungeons where when you were done with the first platform, you felt like you had timed the dungeon. But that's not the case. There's still a lot of ways to throw this dungeon. A lot of ways I have thrown this dungeon. Alright, Hunter feels like a pretty good bet to put my other life bloom on. Where's that orb going? Okay.
Shield. Shield. Shield.
Fuck. Okay.
Shield. Shield. Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Tyr is fighting for the infinite. No, this isn't right.
Too long I was bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities. But your path ends here.
Okay. Good baits here. Good baits.
You cannot stop what is infinite. Your greatest fear
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter. Dodge.
annihilation is inevitable. My blows are infinite.
Dodge.
Behold your annihilation. Infinites grant me strength.
1.
Enter.
My strike is true. Infinites grant me strength. And so an infinite vision guides me.
5, 4,
Well, they're yelling about kicks now. $29 throne. I'm gonna sign up for it. I don't give a fuck if we do double druid, right? Actually, Nathala invited me to a group. What group was that? We were doing a... I remember signing up and being like, they're not going to invite me. Then they did. Was it like a Rise, maybe? Let's see. There's a 28 throne, but the guy's timed to 25. That's the kind of shit where I just need to like not... I just need to not even subject myself to that. It's just that's never going to go well. Or if it does, it'll be an accident. $29.31 looking for heal. I just wish I knew what what 20, because like $29.31 is cool, but like if we're just gonna spend the day doing like 29 at tall, 29 BRH, working up keys, but I don't know. I don't want to sign up for just like a blank 29. Twenty-one, 21, 21, 21. Why are we just running the same song over and over? What is this shit? So this mage has got a 28 throne, but no tank. Signing up for a tankless key is kind of a bait. Murazon's Rise 28 with a Blood DK. I wonder how that goes with a Blood DK compared to a Vengeance or a Prop Pally. Tedious part of Mythic Plus plugging? I mean, every part of Mythic Plus plugging is tedious, but it's the least interesting part. Oh yeah, I was gonna check raid bots real quick for some trinket shit. Let's see, 27 Murazon with a tank that's down to 20 or 28 with a tank that's down to 27. We can try that out. Jay Handles, thank you for the resub, babe. 3 months, appreciate it. Congratulations on your new Blue Ultra Babe sub icon, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Babes. Okay. Yeah, we got a rogue. Wolf, thank you for the resub, babe. 8 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Babes. Is this my job? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Hope today's been treating me well. I mean, you know, about as well as could be expected, I suppose. Don't I sometimes miss NA service people I was playing with? Yeah. I didn't go to EU because of the people. I went because of the time. I want to be able to stream in the mornings and afternoons, basically like a job, and then have evenings to myself. And you can't do that and play in North America. Or it's not even about North America. It's just whatever your home region in World of Warcraft, nobody plays in the morning and afternoons, because that's not when people play video games during the day. In a lot of ways, being a WoW streamer is stupid as fuck if you want to have like a life, because WoW is an inherently team-based game. If you're going to play this game and have any kind of like engaging content, you're going to do it with other people that you're friends with, I should say. Like, you try to have the same groups frequently, and nobody plays this game in the morning and afternoon because most people have jobs or school or something that requires them to not be here. And so where WoW picks up is in the afternoons and evenings. That's when everybody raids. That's when people do keys and shit. So if you want to be if you were a streamer that was playing like Dota or League or CSGO, you can jump into a server anytime you want with a bunch of randos and play your game, do your solo queue shit, and you don't need teammates necessarily to be a successful streamer, but it's very difficult to be a successful WoW streamer without having teammates, and that's going to dictate the time of day that you stream. But yeah, I mean, definitely there's a lot of people in NA that I miss playing with. And I would love for Blizzard to... I don't know if it's a matter of figuring it out or being incentivized or whatever the fuck, but if there was an opportunity to have a character that could play with people on both NA and EU, that would be pretty lit. Would love to just be able to play with NA people. And I mean, they have clearly figured out how to do it because the beta server exists. There are opportunities for NA and EU to play together. So like, technologically, it's clearly not impossible to do that. We do it every time there's a beta server. But when it comes to live, got to keep them separate. Why do I feel like I'm missing a buff? Oh, it's my own buff. Alright, how's eye level looking in here? Okay. How's IO looking in here? 36, 36, almost 36, 35 and a half. Alright. So there's no option to have two accounts? Oh, you could, but you wouldn't have the same characters across them. I mean, I could play on NA and EU at the same time, but not with the same character. I'd have to keep two different characters running.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
When are we? No. This can't be right.
Okay.
The Infinites changed the true timeline.
Okay, that went pretty well. Don't get stunned by that on the way back.
Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Shield.
Tyr is fighting for the infinite? No! This isn't right!
For too long I was bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities. But your path ends here.
Good baits, good baits, good baits.
Stop what is infinite. Feel the horrors yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
My strike is true.
Fucking shit, man.
Annihilation is inevitable.
Oh, okay.
My strike is true.
Fucking 84k overkill. Oh, did he DC? Is that the deal? I didn't even fucking... was not paying attention. But that would explain some shit. Bro, it's never gonna... I'm never gonna get this fucking dungeon timed. It's just never gonna fucking happen. Miss Legion Days, people go Discord almost any key. Yeah, I do. I have noticed a trend where it used to be beyond a certain key level, it felt like you always got in Discord. Even if nobody said anything, you always got in Discord. And now I feel like the default is you just don't get in Discord for anything. Which Mythic Plus boss is the hardest to heal? It kind of depends. The ones that are just like tough no matter what for the most part. Manifested Time Ways is usually pretty tricky. Blight. See, like Blight's one of these fights where if you can meld off the debuff, it makes the fight substantially easier. If you can't, it gets very sketchy. Iridicron is definitely a tougher fight to heal. Tyr starts to get a little sketchy on higher key levels because Tyr's another one where it's just that he has I'm not sure what dictates the order of his spells, but sometimes he does his stack up and soak effect very early on in a phase when like you get the debuffs out on people, and then he does the soak when people have the debuff. And then that's like, oh shit, somebody's got a soak and they have the debuff. Like, what the fuck? Sometimes he doesn't cast that shit till like 20 seconds into the phase or something, and you have the opportunity to get like both people dispelled, everybody healed back up, and then he does the smash. And so if you have to soak early, it gets a lot harder. If you can dispel everybody, get them healed up before you have to soak, then that's pretty easy. Time Lost Battlefield's another one where like if everybody gets stops on the axe throwers, it's not quite that bad, but if the bleeds go out, everybody's gonna die. Deos is pretty straightforward. It's a more healing intensive fight, but I wouldn't say it's terrible. Alloons has got some kind of like almost one shot potential. Not Alloons, Yasma has some like one shot potential with racking pain. So on higher keys, that one gets tough. these all feel fairly doable. Goliath gets rough because of soul thorns. It gets hard to break people out before they die. Kurtalos, pretty big heal check. Xavier starts to get, again, this is a fight where, like, at the end of the fight, if the boss is getting stacks and his damage is going up, it gets impossible to live this shit. Everything just one-shots you. But if the tank does a good job of keeping the boss out of that, then it makes the fight a lot easier. Yalnu becomes a pretty big healing check. Soul becomes a pretty big healing check. Gersha starts one-shotting you with the debuffs. Najtar is another fight where if people don't know where to stand, it's really hard, but if everybody spreads out appropriately, then it gets a lot easier. So a lot of it just boils down to, like, how prepared your group is, or whether you get good or bad RNG. Wonder why they don't do the Legion Xavier strat. It's, you don't get one shot by, like, part of the reason why you used to do that on Xavius is because you'd get one shot by every Nightmare Bolt, not just the Nightmare Bolts that hurt at the end of the fight with his stacks. So on a high enough DHT, you had to avoid Nightmare Bolts the whole time. Like, every Nightmare Bolt in the fight would kill you. So in at the level of DHTs that people are doing now, Nightmare Bolt won't kill you. Also, we just had, like, way less classes that could, like, invis shit, I think, back then. Nobody played Night Elf, so there was, like, no melding. A lot of the meta was like Boomkin, Warlock, like, they weren't melding anything. Or invising anything, I should say. So everybody just had to have a way to live. And since you had to have a plan to live every Nightmare Bolt, it meant you had to start max ranging from the start. Whereas now, Nightmare Bolts at the start don't really kill you. They just hurt. It's only if the boss starts getting stacks at the end of the fight they kill you. And by then, usually, the fight's short enough that you can just trade defensives into Nightmare Bolt. Or meld it or something and still live. Okay, this group wants to run a warrior, so we're gonna get ourselves a nice little melee group. No AUG, because fuck that. Alright, I haven't done a throne yet today, so this will be our... going. Last hallway, someone bursting. If we make it to last hallway, I'll be fucking happy. Like, every fucking throne I've done recently has ended in the second boss room when we pull dogs. It doesn't matter when we pull dogs. Whenever we pull dogs, it's a wipe. Because it's never, it's like never on purpose. We never pull the dogs, like, purposefully. Or if we do, it's always, like, the wrong time to do it. Like, either somebody body pulls dogs, they come running in and they die, or, like, a pack starts dying and the tank goes to chain in dogs, but nobody has any CDs up. So we just sit there beating on the dogs for, like, 30 seconds, and then eventually they shake loose and start murdering everybody. So if we can make it past just the second boss room, if we could pull the first boss, I will consider this like a successful run. Healing breakdown from last key. Yep. Alright, stick that, and I don't need that, so I'll do this. Should you play Priest, Monk, or Druid for keys? Depends on what level key you want to do. If you're not pushing, I think Monk is probably the funnest, like, healer to just go slam 20s on. There's a lot of pulls you can do on a Monk where it's just completely brain dead. You just, the tank pulls some shit, you start spinning, and, like, Yeah, you'd never have to stop spinning. You just the whole time. And you've got pretty good like recovery heals, like catch-up heals on Monk. Like Shaylun's Gift can top your group up pretty quickly, even if you fall behind. You've got Revival that can get rid of some shitty debuffs. And you've got Expel Harm. There's like a really nice self-heal. So if you fall low, you every 15 seconds you have basically like a health pot that you can use. Also, we're doing high keys. Yeah, I'm not saying Monk can't do high keys. I just think it's maybe like the funnest spec to do like 20s on of those three, because it's you could just do big pulls and not really have to think about it. You just bzzz, SEK into them. Okay, I'm gonna find, or while we find a 5th DPS, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Do I think Priest is more challenging or Druid on high keys? I am not sure, to be honest. I suspect that Druid may have a slightly easier time doing sustain healing than Priest does. Priest is really good about healing in bursts with Mindbender. Being able to just throw out a Radiance, drop Mindbender, top everybody up pretty quickly. And you can farm it back really fast. But if you're having to do something like I'm not sure about something like Galakron's Fall, like Dragon's Pulls or Ridicron, where you're just doing non-stop healing for like 30 or 40 seconds in a row. That I'm not sure about. I haven't really had to do that on a Priest. Am I doing MDI? It's looking unlikely now. I actually heard back from the team I was talking to last night. They had been looking for their 3rd DPS player, and the guys they had in mind have either said no or haven't really responded in a meaningful way. So they said that they were probably just going to not not do the MDI this season because they didn't want to just YOLO a roster and not perform to their expectations, which I understand because that's more or less the way I felt about MDI after I first stopped. Is, you know, I wanted to get back in, but I didn't want to do it with just any team. So I would say the team that was my best chance at competing probably fell through, and I will be very surprised if any other team reaches out at this point. I feel like everybody's kind of got their rosters. Can I say who they were? Yeah, it was the guys from the team Last Moment. They competed in the last Great Push, which was Yaunt and Elbro and Shu. And they were their healer and one of their DPS had quit since then. So they were looking to replace a couple of them. You want pres buffs? It's unnecessarily difficult to high keys. The problem with preservation, I feel like they need to fucking kill that spec, rework it from the ground up. Because if preservation does like the same amount of healing as other healers, and then it has 25-yard range, then why would you ever bring preservation? Because now you're just adding this like unnecessary extra hurdle to your keys. So in order to make preservation attractive, you have to make it heal for more than other healers, or do something better than other healers. In which case, if you make it good enough that it's worth doing that, then everyone will play preservation because now it's just the best. Like, yeah, you have to work harder for it to click, but now it's just unquestionably the best. Just does more healing or more damage or both. And if you want to do the highest keys, you have to play a preservation evoker and play around its range. And that's like that's not a fun choice to have to make, you know, like either play with a 25-yard healer that does the same amount of shit as everybody else, or make the 25-yard healer just do way more shit than everybody else to encourage people to play with it, which is what we had in season 1. It's not that preservation has gotten like shittier to heal on. It's just that it does less fucking healing than it used to. And it used to do a shitload of healing and a shitload of damage compared to other healers. So people put up with it. It's not that preservation has become a less annoying class to play with or spec to play with. It's just now there's no massive numerical advantage to warrant bringing preservation evoker. Think that will change with them getting a different tier set? No. I don't think any of their tier bonuses are gonna, like, I think there were a lot of evokers, talk about this on Max's stream. I think there were a lot of evokers that are gonna vote for season 1 tier set because in their mind, their season 1 tier set helped make them what preservation evoker was in season 1, which was like a fucking dynamo healer. But it wasn't the set bonus that did that. That was just the tuning of the spec was insane, and also it made a lot of your spells, like even evoker without a tier set at all would have been really fucking good in season 1. It's just that you had a set bonus that made your Living Flames hit even fucking harder and be instant cast, and that felt nice. But it wasn't really numerically powerful. It was just I guess a spec that felt nice to use. What would I have done if Season 3 Resto Druid didn't win? Probably swap the Priest full time. I mean, I might do that anyway, but... When Season 4 coming? Don't know. They haven't announced it. But if the War Within is supposed to launch like late summer, then they can't release Season 4 much later than like, I don't know, March or something without it just being like a 2-month long season. Like Season 100, Hots did something. Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of... I mean, Flourish was just better back then. Verdancy, that was another thing about Season 1. Verdancy fucking owned back then. Verdancy does not own anymore. Verdancy was actually huge. I remember Verdancy was like... If I was playing with a group that had multiple melee... Verdancy was like usually like my number 2 fucking heal or something in a key. It's crazy how much healing that talent did. All right, let's have a look at this route. Where are we pulling dogs in? Dogs go in with that. This should be fine. Okay, I think we're not pulling sentinels in on pull 3 or something.
4,
I don't know if I like that, but whatever.
1.
What's the small red part of the cast bar? It tells you what your latency is on the cast. The point between theoretically where this cast ends on your screen, but hasn't yet been received by the server.
Targeted.
Bro, go away. Okay. That pull felt like it took a while. Maybe we just have like no pumpers AoE specs.
Three, two, one.
Fuck.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, why does that hurt so fucking much?
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2.
Utica, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to J.Babes. Why am I only tracking one monk defensive? I only want to see defensives if it's something that gets rid of a debuff.
Spread. Targeted.
Fuck yeah. Let's go, Cloak.
Targeted.
Fuck, dude. That's why I fucking don't like bringing these guys in late. It's just like you're gonna get 4 crushing depths unless people have a way to get rid of them. No, man. Stuck in combat. Come on, dude. Let me fuck off, tree. Go away.
Spread.
Shit, dude.
2, 1.
Dude, we're gonna pull these fucking dogs, aren't we?
3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Jesus.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
Please keep throwing those on me, actually.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Is it possible to LOS the barrage?
1.
I don't even know.
3, 2, 1. 3.
All right. Here's a dog pull. Like, is that actually going on to the... We're just doing this by itself? I kind of fuck with that, actually. No, no, dude, what the... Want to play Holy Pie? Is it any good at keys? It's okay, I would say. You'll struggle to get invited a bit more than on Druid or Priest or Monk. But I think Pally is a serviceable healer in keys. Ellesmere doesn't think so, though? Well, Ellesmere is going to want to play with it, whatever's best. And in some seasons, Paladin is close enough. Like, in some seasons, Paladin may not be explicitly the best healer, but it's close enough that, like, make it work. This season, I would say there's enough drawbacks on Paladin that if you're trying to push the highest keys, you'll feel it. And like, it's just because it's not the best doesn't make it bad. It just makes it not the best. I think I'm gonna switch back to this fucking trinket. Not that trinket. I think I'm gonna switch back to this trinket. Thoughts on these talents for crushing depths and throne? Verdant. The problem with Verdant is I don't think it really like increases your HPS. Like it's going to extend your dots or your hots, excuse me, but like I don't know that that meaningfully increases your HPS. Like I feel like with Cenarian Ward, it almost feels like if somebody's going to die to Crushing Depths, they're going to be dead before Cenarian Ward finishes anyway. I mean, I run Improved Regrowth all the time because I think it's better than Harmonious Blooming with my stats. Dude, I kind of want to join this Everbloom, but like this gets back to that thing of like this guy's time to 27, and I don't think the chances of you like leapfrogging the 28 directly to the 29 seem like it's a strong. Like that, I just feel like I'm gonna waste my time in that key. It'd be fun to try it, but you know we're on the clock now. We only have the rest of today to get done these fucking dungeons I still need to do. Did I see Tuttle's video on a bunch of Taiwanese players getting banned? Rumors is RMT Mythic Raiden pilots. I didn't even think you got banned for that shit over there. I thought that was just like I thought you just did that over there. I didn't think they even had a problem with that. Although I guess maybe the Taiwanese players are playing on like US servers now or something, so maybe it was that they didn't have a problem. Because I remember it used to be the case that when talking about Chinese players, it was just that's like what you did over there. Like that's how a lot. I think that's how a lot of them like make money, is you just boost and pilot and do like, and you do it like flagrantly, not even like we're doing it hush hush, but everybody knows it happens type thing, but more of like yeah, we just fucking advertise it and do it, and nobody thinks twice about it. Maybe I was wrong about that, but I thought that was the culture over there. Was everybody just knew boosting happened and accepted it, and even like piloting and shit. I think I played with this team before. And this key, Murzon's Rise. I remember those class, and that's a very unique comp, and they were Russian. And it did not go especially well. I think we will avoid trying again. $30 Everbloom, okay. Yeah, fucking... If you're gonna go for it, let's fucking go for it. Wonder what kind of income they can get out of that. Oh, I imagine that the Chinese players probably made like good money from PvE. The kinds of boosting they were doing. I mean, really, if you envision an environment where boosting is tolerated, but especially piloting. I mean, if there's a game where not only are you allowed to boost people, but you can essentially pilot without consequence, that you're just allowed to log on people's characters and play it for them. I mean, Jesus, like that's like the hard part of boosting, is having to accept that the person that you're playing with is less skilled and you're going to have to overcome their skill gap. Like they're either going to literally stand there and do nothing and you're going to just do it with one less person, or you recognize that that person is probably not going to contribute meaningfully to, in fact, may even be a liability if they try to help, if they fuck a mechanic up. But if you could just fucking log on to everybody's character for them and just play the game without having to worry about who's playing the character, like, holy shit, you could just, like, clear out content. And the prices you can sell boosts for. Now, I'm sure they can't sell it for quite as much as it gets sold for on NA and EU if they are doing piloting, because then there's going to be more opportunities to get boosted, so you're not going to pay as much for a boost. But even still, when you consider how much some of the mythic boosts go for, especially like right after a tier's done, like I think you're easily spending thousands of dollars to get boosted. And when you consider that you can do that, I mean, even if it was like a couple grand per boost, if you're splitting that whatever, 20-ish ways, but if you can do like 8 boosts a day mythic and you're each taking home $100 per boost, I mean, imagine just showing up for a day of WoW, cranking out a bunch of mythic raids, walking away with, $700-800 from that. Do that shit like once a week. That's an income. You can support yourself off that shit. Want to start doing CE boost, screw streaming? Legitimately, if I could play this game competitively and make more money doing that than streaming, I would probably just do that. Streaming's fun, but there are times when it would just be nice to just focus on the game, like not have to worry about whether your stream's like, and not having to worry about whether your content's interesting or not. It would be nice to just be able to show up in game and just make money from that. Do MDI pros get paid all year round from the orgs? Once upon a time, maybe. I doubt anybody does anymore. I used to get paid by Golden Guardians a monthly check, but it had some of that was incentives from streaming. Like it was basically like if you hit certain numbers, we'll pay you a portion of that. But now that Golden Guardians is out of the scene, maybe the Echo guys are getting some money from Echo to do the MDI team. I doubt it's much, but maybe they're getting some. I doubt Mandatory's getting paid. Maybe they're getting stream incentives. I doubt they're getting paid much. Basically, all the orgs have pulled out of WoW, so I doubt anybody's making very good money from their org. No way to go full-time pro in WoW without streaming unless you win big events. You would, in order to support yourself playing WoW strictly through competitive play, you would basically have to win every tournament. Because I would say we average a WoW esport roughly once every 6 to 8 months. So at best, you're probably clearing 2 events a year. Like best case scenario, 2 events a year. And even if you win both of them, I think the winners, I think it's been splitting 150 grand. So everybody takes home a little under 30 before taxes. So you would have to, if you won both events, you would maybe take home like 50 grand a year. And if you took even second place, the jump from first to second is like enormous. You would go from making between 25 and 30 for winning to making like, I think you get a little under 15 for taking second. So if you took second 2 times, you're making 30 grand a year. And I mean, you can make that work, but that's basically minimum wage. And it'd be stressful knowing that your lifestyle is dependent on taking second place at least, and if you don't, you know, fuck are you gonna do? What's my setup for healing through Sentinel debuff? I mean, have Life Bloom on them. Hope I have some 4-piece procs that go into that person. Maybe bark them. Probably try to put Cenarian Ward on them if it's up. But there's not like a, you know, maybe dump like a tree into him, a Grove Guardian, but there's not like a surefire way to get that debuff off people. A lot of times you are counting on them to have a defensive to help you out. It's part of the reason why pulling them in on the first pull is really nice with Lust, is if you bring this guy in on the first pull, With Lust, you will have a much easier time stripping that debuff off without even really committing cooldowns to it. It gets a lot sketchier healing off these ones. And it's part of the reason why I don't, like, some groups will split, like the one we just did, they broke this into its own pull, basically. Like, they pulled everything else and then pulled Sentinels in after everything else was dying, and everyone's going to send their cooldowns on the first part of the pull, and now you're just basically, like, banging on Sentinels, waiting for your shit to come back, which virtually guarantees that they're going to each send out probably, like, 2 Crushing Depths, and, I mean, good luck. Like, on high fort, like, you're not going to have enough oomph to clear those on your own. Org is moving up, but the game is improving. I mean, I would not in any sense link org interest in WoW with the status of the game. Whoa, what the fuck? There was an evoker in this group, and now there's not. What happened? Whether or not the game is good is like wholly independent of the esports scene. There's a lot of people that would probably say, if the esports scene is dying in WoW, it means the game is getting better. There are a lot of people that do not consider WoW esports to be an improvement to WoW, and in fact may even be actively detrimental to their enjoyment in WoW, because Blizzard is now going to start tuning around competitive esports instead of just the average player experience. So in a lot of ways, yeah, you can make the argument that if esports is dying in WoW, that not only is that not even just like neutral, but in fact, a lot of people will probably see that as a good thing for the game. Robin, thank you for the host. Hope you had a fantastic stream. What do I think should be done with seasonal affixes moving forward? Should they replace other affixes? I wouldn't mind them getting rid of every affix in the game. I at least want to see what that feels like for a season. I wish they would at least test that and say up front, like just declare it for one season. Look, we just want to see what it's like. We just want to try it out. We're going to run a season with no affix. Every week's going to be the same. There will be nothing that differentiates week 2 from week 7 from week 13. Every dungeon will look and feel the same every week. And just see what happens. Maybe it sucks. I don't know. Maybe everybody gets bored as fuck and they all disappear. I doubt it, but who knows? Maybe it is a catastrophe, but maybe it fucking owns. Maybe everybody loves playing with no affixes. Maybe it makes every dungeon more fun and less cringy, and it makes people just want to do more keys. Fort Tower only would be cool. Yeah, honestly, I have less of a problem. I know a lot of people say they like hate fucking Fort and Tyrannical. I actually don't have a problem with that, in the sense that it just kind of makes the dungeons feel a bit different. Like, some weeks the trash is harder, some weeks the bosses are harder. Conceptually, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Obviously, some of that boils down to the tuning. But I don't mind kind of having it be like, sometimes we breeze through the trash and the bosses are sweaty, and sometimes the bosses go really fast and the trash is sweaty. But the rest of the affixes, fucking ditch them for a season, see what happens. If you miss your kick, you get negative 20 score. But then people would start kicking other mobs just to make somebody miss their kick. Just because it'd be funny to make them lose score. Like, I would for sure wait until somebody got ready to kick their mob, and then I would fucking in-cap roar it right as I knew they were about to kick. And then they'd hit nothing and lose score. I'd just be like, ha, and then I'd hearth out of the dungeon. What do I think of next week's affixes? Afflicted, bolstering, tyrannical. Most people hate affixes like that, but I look forward to them in some sense because all of the sweaty groups are going to take a break, and then I might actually get a chance to play with the people that are like still around. These are the weeks that I have to, these days I have to like circle the Mythic Plus space like a vulture, and I just wait for the push groups to stop pushing. And then when people like kind of break up and they don't have their like their team set for the week anymore, then that's when I like swoop in. I'm like, oh, what's that? Your healer went on vacation this week? I'm around every day. Now it won't matter. I'll get a few keys done, and then it'll go back to being. I'll get a few keys done, and here's how the conversation will go every time. I'll join a group. We'll blast the dungeon. People in the group will comment, "Holy shit, man! We are fucking flying through this dungeon. What is going on, man? We are playing out of our minds today. Woo! Holy shit, dude! We just got score off that. Can you believe that? Wow." All right, well, good key, JB, but we got to play with our normal healer again. See you later. Do I pug keys? Shit, do I ever stop pugging keys is the question. Deserve a group that's a bit of copium? Yeah, we'll see. I'll put, dude, one of these days I'm gonna screenshot every Warcraft log I've uploaded. Show you a collection of the 100th percentile parses we put down in keys. I can hold my own hand. All right, let's have a look here. What do we got? We do... Okay. Into that. What's the note? Chain after casters die. Okay. And then a blank pull. This is a mental reset right here. We pull one, we pull two. Here, we stop. Just take a deep breath. Then... What the fuck is this route? Hey, hold on. I just now realized... Here is pull 9? Hold on, where the fuck? That's pull 4. Pull 5 is back here. Pull 6. Pull 7. Okay. Oh, we're actually fighting the dude on the platform. It's been a while since I did that. Okay. Sorry, everybody else is inside him. Grab that. I don't think I need anything else. Good. Do groups give me a warm courtesy towel if drop me for the regular healer? No.
Five, four,
All right.
2, 1.
Nice little shroud.
Four. Dodge.
Okay, good, good.
Four. Dodge. Four. Four. Dodge. Four. Dodge. Four. Four. Dodge. Dodge. Shield. Dodge.
Shit, I walked into that, I think. A lot of bleeds on the tank.
Shield.
Slap a little iron bark on him.
Dodge.
Okay, good reset, good reset. Oops. Okay. Maybe should be in about 50 for 50% DR. We didn't pull guy keeper. It was just a sentinel and Maiden. But yeah, that's a I'm in hell, I'm in hell, I'm in hell pull. You got the mage or the maiden shooting orbs around. You got the sentinel charging. If either of those hits you, you're fucked. You can't see shit. You gotta be. That's the problem with the pulls like that, is that you gotta be paying attention to like which direction things are facing, and they're all stacked together, so it's like hard to see where the fuck their face is going. And if you get hit by any of it, you're just dead. So yeah, it's a good time. 28. Looking for a disc. Okay, but what if you just ran double druid? I see you're not opposed to running 2 of 1 spec. I mean 2 of 1 class. So what if you ran 2 of 2 classes? Dude, I love that that weak ore just puts me in a good mood after I deplete a key. Some indeterminate amount of time after I zone out of the dungeon, I'm scrolling through LFG. A little cat. Meow. Dude, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Like, you've timed to 26, man. Why are you doing a 29? I'd sign up if that was a 28, I think. But like a 29, like. Whatever happened to Shaq? He still plays. He just stopped streaming. He raids with Liquid.
I have many, many wares.
Look how many? Yeah. How's the EU ping? It's usually a little over 100. The week where it tells you who's key it is when you zone in? Wait, it tells you whose key it is. I don't think so. Got a problem with some of these keys, like this, for instance. This guy has time to 26 and he's posted a 29. And I imagine what's going through his head is like, well, fuck it, I have a 29 Everbloom, I might as well send it. But here's the thing. You absolutely should not just send it. Deplete that fucking thing, man. Nothing good's gonna happen in here. Is 26 versus 29 that big of a difference? Well, key scaling, this expansion is set to 10% per key level. So, given that the scaling is multiplicative, going up 3 levels in a key is 30-some% more damage and health. Now, the health thing is kind of, you know, whatever. Like, it just takes longer. But the damage thing, 30%, the way I like to illustrate that point is to go through a key and think through the number of times that somebody got hit by something that dropped them down to sub 30% HP, but they lived. Imagine the number of times you got hit by something, it dropped you down to like 15% HP and you lived. And now imagine that every time that it happened in your 26, instead of living, you fucking died. And that's the difference between a 26 and a 29. Yeah, it's as you start getting up into the upper 20s tends to be where you start getting to the point where shit that you could just live through. Well, a lot of times, like in the lower 20s, you start getting into mechanics that in the teens you could just live through without pressing anything. It just wasn't, the damage wasn't lethal at all. Then as you start getting into the 20s, you start running into mechanics where previously you could just stand there and take it with nothing and live, and now you have to press a defensive to live. But the mechanic doesn't happen that often, so it's not that big of a deal. You just trade a defensive into it every time, and you know, that's when you press your defensive. The problem is as you start getting into the higher 20s, you start getting mechanics that you can no longer take natty, and you won't have a defensive for every time. And now you have to figure out how the fuck you're going to live getting hit by this shit, like, every time. Where a defensive is... Or not having a defensive means you die, but you don't have a defensive for every one of them. And the key gets dramatically different because now it's not an option to just take the damage. Now you have to figure out, okay, we have to interrupt that spell every time or stop it. You know, we have to use some CC on it. The mob is never allowed to cast that spell or somebody's going to die. And on certain boss fights, there needs to be coordination of group defensives. So things like Mage Barrier or Zephyr from Augmentation or like Devo or things like that. Like you have to start utilizing group defensives to cover the spots where you don't have a personal or externals. You have to, I don't have a defensive for this. I need bark on this or I'm going to die, or I need sack or I'm going to die. And that's where it becomes much harder to plug these things without comms, because on a lower level key, like mechanically, the key has not gotten maybe a lot more difficult, but now you have to start relying on other people to do things or else you die. It's no longer enough that you play well and you don't die. Now you have to have other people do a certain thing or you die. And so if you try to plug those keys and you're not in voice, or even if you are in voice and no one's like actively calling out to coordinate things, you're just gonna, you know, like BRH, the hallway after first boss, a great example. If a knife dance goes off and isn't stopped, you're all fucking dead. If the cat leaps onto you as a group, puts bleeds on a bunch of people, strong chance you're all gonna fucking die. If an archer jumps out and starts spraying a barrage into multiple people, you're probably gonna fucking die. Each one of those things needs to be mitigated somehow. And if you just try to YOLO it, you either won't use something or you'll all use something at the same time where only one thing was needed. And pretty soon you'll run out of stops, because if you all burn, you know, your AoE stop on a knife dance, you know, that shit's not coming back for the next knife dance. So you have to start sequencing. Somebody needs to be controlling, okay, this is you roar here, okay, and you sweep here, okay, Chaos Nova here, okay, I pair this one, okay. And if you don't have a clear plan for when to use shit, then it's going to get away from you. You're going to start dying. So that's the biggest difference between high keys, like the highest keys, and higher keys, is that at a certain point you have to have coordination in the group or you die to shit. It's not enough that you just play well. In low keys, you can just play well and live everything. You don't even need the healer. You know, if you use your defensives correctly and shit, like your healer can die and you can just survive everything because nothing's lethal. But in higher keys, everything becomes lethal and you have to work together to save your life. And if you're not on voice, you're not all used to playing with each other, that becomes very difficult. But yeah, just even when you experience being in a key with people that like know when to press what for defensives or know when to stop stuff with CC, it's like night and day how much easier it is to heal some of that shit, or possible to heal it versus impossible to heal it. When people press things correctly, and stuff that on like a 25 or 26 feels impossible because nobody pressed anything to help you out, and you're like, how the fuck would you ever heal that on a 29 or a 30? The answer is you wouldn't. You would die there too if everybody played the same way. There is no amount of playing your ass off as a healer there to keep everybody alive. Everybody would just fall over. You need other people to start chipping in and contributing in order to stay alive there. God damn, that group's been in the queue for a long time. Healer becomes cosmetic at high keys? Not necessarily. There's still plenty of fights that right now are tough to heal. But the healer is only capable of doing so much healing, and at a certain point, the demands of a dungeon exceed that amount of healing. So now the rest of the group has to figure out how to make up that difference. Like, your natural healing might be enough to take you to like a 26 or a 27 with people not really doing much to help you out. But above that, you just no healer has enough healing to cover that. So now your group has to start figuring out how to make up that difference. You know, okay, our druid's only capable of doing 350,000 HPS, 400,000 HPS on this pole. How the fuck do we live? How do we keep the damage on this pole underneath the healer's HPS ceiling? Did I make a whole new account for EU? Yes, you cannot transfer between an NA and an EU account, and you can't like toggle it one way or the other, and you can't see if you have an NA account, you cannot see EU servers. Did I feel like the sun is setting on my ambitions of getting 3,700? Every hour that passes today, I feel like there's just going to be less and less groups. Fuck, man. I can't believe I went through this whole week and didn't get a 28th throne or rise. Or might be doing MDI with JPC? We discussed it a while ago, but he ultimately decided he didn't want to do MDI. Problem is, it's either a game of one-shots that people hate, then they make a bunch of rot damage. No, I mean, you can limit keys. I mean, you're going to hit a point where you can't do a key for some reason. It could be one-shots. But in previous seasons, what the limitation on keys has been, not all the time, but some seasons, the limitation has been on your ability to just burn through the mob's health fast enough. There have been other seasons where it was less about, hey, as long as we play clean and live, we time this key easy, and more about, holy fuck, dude, somehow we got to finish all this trash in 32 minutes. And when we do our normal route, we go 2 minutes over. So how do we want to combine these pulls? And you start having to do some insane fucking pulls to get enough DPS to time the key. That becomes the challenge is, how the fuck? I already feel like we're being super aggressive in this dungeon. How do we shave another 2 minutes off this key? We're gonna have to combine like 2 more pulls in here. And it already feels like we're at like the limit of our ability to manage the pulls that we're doing right now. And I mean, certainly it feels bad either way. It feels bad when you're getting one shot. It feels bad when it just seems like the timer is insanely tight and you're having to play like a fucking maniac to make it. But I would say in general, I think it tends to be less feels bad when you deplete the timer on a key because you didn't play well enough. Rather than you get partway into the key and you just get fucking blasted out of nowhere and you're just dead. And it's like, cool.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
Bro, let me in that fucking throne. God damn it, that's fucking Divine Field tanking that too. That's an easy in time. Maybe we double heal it? What does this mean? 28 no PvE plebs. Is he looking for PvPers? He is. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that description. Link glad hero 3K for invite. Maybe he's on to something. Maybe he's like, bro, I know that PvPers know how to use their fucking kicks and CCs, and that's all I need to time this key. I just need mobs to not cast on me, and if we do that, easy in time. Okay, well, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. We'll let this LFG queue populate a bit while I'm gone. Hopefully when I come back, there's just a fat-ass throne sitting there. Be right back. Okay. Where the fuck is my 28 throne? 29 Everbloom. Yeah, I'll try 29 Everbloom. Damn, man, 28 throne. Fuck it. Sign up for all this shit. Bro, this is sick. There actually are keys here. Oh, this is actually the dude that I was saying, why is he listing as 29? And then I ended up joining it. I guess that makes me a fucking idiot. Probably should have just done the fucking throne, dude. Wait, shit. What was that comp? 28 Everbloom? Fuck, dude, I kind of want to do that. Why are there so many good fucking keys right now? Oh, wait, that's an Everbloom, not a throne. I was thinking throne for some reason. Okay. What do we got here? Okay, so first pull. Wait, why is there a big arrow? What's the big arrow? Bro, I can feel a popcorn, like the shell of a popcorn kernel stuck under my tongue. Oh, that's like that's gonna bug the shit out of me all day. Bro, why? Why is it doing that? Okay. Take that. Oh, I need poison to spell in here, I think, right? Yeah, probably. Okay. You. What's my favorite non-meta tank to run with for keys this season? Well, there's only even one prot warrior that I know of, which is Next Back, who plays prot every season. That actually tells you how fucking disgusting God Comp was. Is Next Back played Guardian Druid last season. I've never seen that dude play anything except prot warrior since I've been on EU. But otherwise, I don't know. I haven't really played with. I mean, Brewmaster's Mordrim's like the only one I played with. I don't know. I played with any Guardian Druids this season, and then some Blood DKs. I mean, I guess I would say probably Brewmaster. How disgusting God comp was when I switched to Holy Pie. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Like, I'd played other healers. Like, I played Holy Pally in Season 2. Shadowlands, I played Holy Priest Season 3 and 4. Like, I would switch when the meta was rigid enough. But last season was very clear. Why do I like Brewmaster? It pairs well with Druid. Like, they cover a lot of each other's gaps in their utility.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The spell! Ah! Bro, what are these stingers, man? This can't have been the pull, right? Say psych right now. Say psych right now. Did he run out of the dungeon? Or did he run ahead? Oh, okay. Damn, when did they run back in front of me? Maybe that was the pull? I don't know. Okay, see Warlock. Okay, not great, not great. I mean, it's fine. We recover from these, right? Okay, well. Is that throne still up? Throne. 29 healer. Hmm? Do we just jump right back into a 30 or a 29 Everbloom because it's fucking funny? Because it's good content? '28th round? Yeah, but it's that guy that was asking for PvPers. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Block damage is nuts. Yeah, Destro's real good in this dungeon. Yes! Fucking right. That's good every time. There we go. The tank is 484. No, 45, 44, 45. Hold on. Is this a good tank trinket? I inspired you to hate dogs? Good. Intolerance is the best. What Mythic Plus fights have you loved doing as a healer through the years? Is there any boss I really like doing? Let's see. I liked healing Galvast in Temple of Sethralus. That was like the only cool part of that dungeon. Galvast was a fun boss to heal. I liked original Talixi in Court of Stars, second boss. That was a fun boss to heal. Any of the like rot damage fights have usually been fun. Third boss, Halls of Infusion. Shit like that. Alteris? Yeah, Alteris is another one that was fun. Pretty much any fight that just has constant damage coming out. All right. Second or third boss in Sanguine Depths, those are pretty intense. Sort of, but I still wouldn't say those were the types of fights. Those weren't exactly the type of fight I like, because it wasn't constant healing. It was like periods of no healing and then very intense healing and then periods of no healing and then very intense healing, and I find that less interesting. The fights that over time have been, I think, the best ones. Let's see. I don't even really remember how Agronox and Mephistroth worked. Wrath of Ashara was like a shitload of damage all the time. Moros was a fun fight. Back when nobody had any way to get rid of bleeds except fucking Paladin, and you actually just had to tank like multiple bleeds on everybody. So like everybody was getting fucking annihilated by bleeds. That was one of the most challenging healing fights from like a mana perspective. It was just like non-stop, just like fucking spamming heals. Just spamming heals the whole time. I had to wear... That was a dungeon where trinket swapping was like a big deal, because when I would get into Moros, I would put on 2 mana trinkets. Because I would go fucking on that fight. What's the worst healing fight? Oh, let's see. Worst boss to heal of all time. I really did not like Veximus. I don't know if that's the worst, but that was up there for bosses I fucking hated. Dealer wasn't very fun to heal. Although maybe one of my least favorite fights of all time, but only because of the season it was in. Trying to heal Tredova in season 2 of Shadowlands with the what were those guys called? The lieutenants. And you would always leave the frost guy up. And trying to do Tredova with the permanent snare on you was like the most cancerous shit of all time. It was so fucking... oh my god, that fight went from being like kind of whatever, you know, like you got to make sure that you stay good about killing ads and
4, 3,
try not to let the boss
2,
like live too long,
1.
to all of a sudden just being like you are in permanent hell the whole fucking time. Every mechanic is suddenly dangerous because you can't move out of it fast enough. You can't run away from the ads. Like it's just pure fucking misery. Yo. No. 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 Motherfucker, dude. Why is every mechanic on me? Two fucking berserkers into a stinger. Oh, I have no fucking cooldowns for this, by the way. Sick. Not like it fucking matters because I keep getting a fucking stinger on me. What are these fucking polls? I don't understand. Was there like a fucking conference that occurred at some point? Like... Bro, these guys... is this like a weekly? We did that poll, and the DH said in chat afterwards, sorry, I forgot it was bursting. Ah, man. That's fine. Fuck it. I mean... Okay. I have a plan for how to live this. I'm going to sit back here with this shield on. Oh. The fucking stinger went on the DH. Ah! I lived! I'm gonna do it again, watch. Not me. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Where the fuck did that guy come from? Wow. Oops. One dispel, no freedom for the tank. That was a cursed comp. Murazon's rise. Yes, 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 yes. Please, 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 please. Oh my God! Please, 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 please. Oh my God! Yes.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you.
Okay. All right. This is it. This has to be the one.
The infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the Timeways. We must follow.
No dragon deaths allowed? Yeah. I mean, this is a fairly tanky comp. Rogue's a live lord, mage is a live lord, Evoker helps everybody else be live lords. Alright, what's our first pull? Okay. Ever coming back to NA? The problem is the schedule just doesn't fit well with NA. I want to stream in the mornings and afternoon, and nobody's going to be online when I want to play. At what point in WoW is healing in its best overall state, in my opinion? I mean, Legion was pretty... End Legion was pretty fun. Honestly, it was pretty fun because, well, artifacts were cool. But, Velen's was maybe the single best trinket that's ever existed for healing. Being able to convert overhealing into effective healing in other people. I mean... As a concept... Probably the greatest trinket of all time for a healer. Okay, the group was trying to decide between whether we should pull Maiden and Sentinel or Maiden and Keeper first as the double pull. And so we've left it up to fate. And I said 1 is Sentinel, 2 is Keeper. We rolled and it was Sentinel. So, mashallah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Oh. Wait. Wait. Okay. Audible. Audible.
4. Shield. Four. Four. Shield. 4. Four. Shield.
Oh, Jesus. I tried to stand in the fucking shield. That was stupid of me.
4.
Oh, the shield, like, disappeared right as I needed it not to disappear? Okay, that was cool.
4. Shield. 4. Shield. 'Shield. Dodge.
Can't tell where it's going. Holy shit. Ah! Bear form, save me. What the fuck? Okay.
For too long I was bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities. But your path ends here. The infinite
Good baits, good baits.
shall continue. Feel the horrors yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter. Dodge.
Annihilation is inevitable. My blows are infinite. Infinites grant me strength. I will protect this future. Feel the
5,
horrors yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Annihilation is inevitable. My strike is true.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
Blows are infinite. Behold the wrath of the infinites.
I soaked way too much. Fuck.
Guides me. Feel the
5,
horrors yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Annihilation is inevitable. My blows are infinite.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
Divided, you fall. My blows are infinite. Behold
Shield.
the wrath of the infinites. I will protect this future. Feel the
5,
horrors yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter. Dodge.
Annihilation is inevitable.
Okay. Did not have to use any CDs there. So we're all gassed up for this poll, dude.
I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him. Okay, let's fix this. We just
Okay, focus on healing here, JB. Focus on healing.
Our vision shall
3,
come to pass.
2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. AoE.
You're not done healing, you motherfucker. You're still focusing on healing.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Now send this motherfucker home.
3, 2.
Okay. Now, last time I said I'm going to try doing this not as cat form because I feel like I run too fast as cat. So we'll see if that's copium. Oh, dude, there was a wall there? Okay. Fuck this. I'm just going as cat. Like, it was copium.
The time ways are ours.
AoE.
Oh, fuck, I don't have a dispel for that guy. Shit.
Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
The time ways are even twistier than before.
Ah, Jesus. Should have dispelled myself. Ah, dude. Bro, those blooms are just like something else, man. Meow.
I have many, many wares.
How did tanks survive Bloom? Yeah, so Bloom, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but Bloom does not get applied to the tank, and therefore it does not also chain to another player. Like Bloom, when it goes off, it puts one application on the tank, and then it applies another application to one of the other 4 players in the group. Bloom simply fails to cast if the tank has an absorb on them when the Bloom is going to, when the Bloom is to be applied. If there is an absorb, then it just like negates the Bloom. It just doesn't happen to either the tank or the DPS player. $30 Darkheart. Pew, pew, pew. How do we feel about 30 Darkheart with Kia? Let's see. This is a group that wants to do Discord. God damn, look at all these look at these juicy fucking keys. All of a sudden there's like there's infinity things to pick from. What the shit? A 30 Darkheart, a 28 Murazon, a 28 Throne, a 28 Murazon, a 28 Throne. Is this some kind of sick fucking joke? What do we play? What do we play? What do we play here? Well, the throne already filled up. I have analysis paralysis. '28 Throne, dude. I kind of feel like this is the play right here. This 28 Throne. or we could try another Murazan's Rise. I mean, fuck it, I guess I'll sign up. I don't know why that one's oh, and then we get an invite to the throne. Okay. So can Disc Priest gimmick those mobs into not getting bloobs? I believe so. I haven't really tested it much. Rest of the talent builds changed it all in 10.2.5? I don't think so. I don't think they did anything to any classes in 10.2.5. Need something interesting to do with channel points? No. The whole point of channel points is to have chest hair. That's, you accumulate chest. You don't spend chest hair. You just have it. Okay. We have elected to go Augless. I like this conversation that occurred in our chat. So, they say we can take Aug. He says Aug or anything else. And they said we don't have to, else. The mage notes 98% of the 28s are done with an Aug. Some more discussion occurs. We invited Demon Hunter. Okay. All right, let's have a look. This looks pretty standard. All right, let's make it to first boss. I don't remember the last time I made it to the first boss in this dungeon. That would be sick, right? If I could just see the first boss of the dungeon. If you could make it to the first boss, I feel like you're good until the last hallway. Just make it to the first boss, and then if we get there, then the fucked up thing is on Tyrannical Week, it was a necessary conversation before every throne started about how we were going to spread out on first boss. But now I don't even need to have that conversation before the keys because I know we're going to deplete before we get there. Show talent skin? Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What happened to the Rise 28? Oh, did we time the shit out of it?
Targeted. Three, two, three, two, one. Three, two, one.
Ah, dude.
Three, two, one. 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 Three, two, one.
Okay, we survived 1 round of crushings. That's good. Go on me, go on me, go on me, go on me. No, 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 no. Oh, whew. Okay, he melted it. Thank God. Okay, dude, no deaths on that hallway. That feels like a good omen. Don't cast that on me, you fuck. Wow.
3, 2. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2.
Oh, there's a green shit underneath me. Holy fuck. My God.
Three, two, one.
Spread.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Holy shit. Are we gonna make it to the first fucking boss? This is fucking unprecedented. I don't even remember how to do this boss. Or maybe I shouldn't be saying all that wild shit till this guy's dead. Outplayed, idiot.
AoE. 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 AoE.
What a banger for this boss. Yep, I just put my fucking staff into an immune boss. Holy shit. Gaming. I thought I timed it right. I timed it precisely wrong.
AoE. Targeted. Avoid. Stack.
I don't know which way we're going.
Knock. Ads.
What the fuck just happened to the mage?
Stack. Knock. Stack. Ads. Knock. Stack.
I don't know if we res here. Feel like no.
Ads. Stack.
Wow, good time to come up, Heart of the Wild, you fucking asshole. What happened to the rogue? Did he just die? Did he just fall down and die?
Pull. Dodge. 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 Pull.
Bro, I can't see where the thing is. Man, I hate this fucking pole because I can't tell where that fucking beam is going. It just disappears under the ground.
Pull. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Bro, how many fucking dodges are there gonna be? Stop.
Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
It feels like it's part of the fucking song at this point. Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
Dodge.
Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
Pull. Dodge.
Dodge. Pull. Dodge. I'm gonna die to that, aren't I? Oh my Jesus. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge. Pull.
Dodge. Pull. Dodge.
Pull. Dodge. Oh, they're speeding it up. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge. Pull. Dodge.
Pull.
Dodge. When I say pull, you say dodge.
Pull.
I didn't say dodge, you motherfucker. It wasn't your turn.
Pull.
Dodge. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Dodge.
Pull.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Woo! So many pulses going off. Ugh.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Totem.
5, 4, 3,
Dance.
2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4,
Totem.
3, 2, 1. 5,
No, dude. Oh,
3,
you fucker.
2,
Right after the
1.
fucking tornado, you motherfucker, man.
5, 4, 3,
Dance.
2, 1.
Bro, why don't I have any fucking things left?
5,
Thank you. Holy shit.
3, 2, 1. 5, 4,
Totem.
3, 2,
No! Oh!
1.
Dude, did my own potion kill me again?
4, 3, 2, 1.
I knew, dude. I'm so sick of this. Like, this guy.
2, 1.
I'm pretty sure I died to my... Can he put, like, one on somebody else?
5, 4,
Totem.
3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I legitimately think I died to my health pot.
5, 4,
Oh, and my fucking flask. It was my flask and my pot. Fuck yeah, dude. Fucking DKology.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can target the boss? I mean, LOS the boss? Yeah. I mean, the problem is I just didn't think I was in trouble until I was. And then... like, as soon as I died, it was like a... it was like the game is like AI kicked in. And it was like, I died once, and then the game was like, fuck that guy to death again! Ah, he res, kill him again! He res, kill him again! That wasn't supposed to be where we depleted this fucking dungeon, man. That wasn't supposed to be it. It wasn't supposed to be there. And also, why the fuck did I get hit so fucking hard? Like, what the fuck was that fucking second flame shock, dude? That thing dropped. I can't... I'm not supposed to die like that. Okay. Yeah, dude. Legitimately, this is just like the actual suck my fucking whole fucking dick game. I can't believe the sequence of things that just happened here. So I get hit with a flame shock. I don't have enough spells to get rid of all of them, so I leave this one on me, heal through it. That's fine, great, whatever. I dispel that one. This one's gone now. So it goes away here. He puts another fucking dot on me. So I hit this tornado right here. Had I not hit that tornado, I would have had like this much health instead of this much health. I live that dot tick instead. I'm able to react, do something. I don't know what. I just wasn't expecting to die right there. Is this a straw that breaks camel's back to not run Toxic Blast? No, because right there, I shouldn't have died in the first place. That was just like a compounding error. of honestly, I shouldn't have even died the second time. I just was taking more damage than I was expecting to. It wasn't that I died and wasn't able to heal through it. It's that there was like the mental sort of timer in my head of like, you have this long to live, you have this long to live, and the timer was wrong because I was taking damage from my flask and my healing pot. And so it was like my health was just moving faster than I was expecting it to. I could have saved myself again, but I was just like, it's fine. I've got one more. I do not have one more global. I'm dead. The flame shock can crit. No, I mean, it definitely did not crit. Like, it definitely didn't do double damage, but it was just one of those cases of like the like here on my first death, storming hits me for 84k. Storming hits me for 84k right before I get another flame shock, and then I die by 58k. So storming killed me. Not in the usual way. Storming usually kills you because you get knocked into something and you can't run away and you die. It's pretty fucking rare that you die to the piss-ass small amount of damage that storming actually does. It does 10% of my health. And that time it was enough for the tick of flame shock to kill me. Then I get rezzed. And then on my second death, it's a combination of things, but mostly just the fact that I had my flask and my fucking potion ticking on me. And those two things, honestly, the flask only did 28k damage. Like, yeah, it was enough to be the overkill, but so was 2 ticks of my health potion. And then the last one, just res, and he fucking chooses me instantly. Like, and the problem is I couldn't have even waited. I don't think. Maybe I could have in hindsight. But I rezzed right then, knowing the risk, knowing that he was about to cast another flame shock and that I would not have been enough health to live. I took it because the mage was at like 10% health with a flame shock on him. So it was like, well, if I don't take this now, the mage is going to die to flame shock. And I just have to risk it. And then 1 in 3 chance we get banged. Why is flask doing damage? It's the crit flask. The crit flask. It gives you more crit than you get from other flasks, but the drawback is that you also periodically take a ticking dot from it. Man, I can't, like, it's, I don't know that you can say that it was like for sure timed up to that point. I mean, the timer was giga, but I don't know that we were for sure going to time that key, because there was still, like, that hallway coming up is still not easy. But holy shit, that was by far the best throne I've had like all week. And then to lose it like that on that fucking boss that way, like, god damn, I hate RNG bosses like that, man. Where it's just like, you just play the odds. You're in your mind, you're like, okay, well, yeah, so I got 2 debuffs in a row, okay, but like, what is the chance he does it? Okay, he just did a 3rd one, sick, fucking great, fucking threw the boss away because he did a 3rd one, perfect, very fucking cool game. Like, that boss needs to have the same, he needs to be given the same treatment that you have on, like, I remember it was last boss in Ruby Life Pools would put debuffs on you, but it would rotate through everyone in the group before it could put it on somebody a second time. So you could actually predict who it was going to go on by the end, because it would throw it out on, all 5 members were capable of being targeted, and it would put it on one, and then once it put it on him, it had to put the other 4 out before it could cycle back to the first one again. And so you knew once one person got the dot, they couldn't be targeted again until it was all done. And as each person successively gets targeted, you now knew that, like, okay, the remaining eligible targets are him and him, so I can move my life blooms here and here, and there's a pretty good chance that it's going to go on one of them. And that made it much more predictable, and it felt like, honestly, a higher skill ceiling, because you had to keep track of like who had gone on and whether or not it had gone on everyone one time. But this shit where it's just like random and can just hammer. I mean, I guess small miracles. You can't get targeted back-to-back times with the dot on third boss throne. But the fact that it can just go you, someone else, you again is so stupid. The shitty part of that fight for me is normally on fights like that, I just prioritize keeping myself alive because like somebody else dies, I can battle res them, whatever. Just don't be the guy that dies, because when you're the guy that dies, it fucks everything up really badly. Because now, especially when you don't have a natural battle res in the group, like that group we were just in, there wasn't a natural battle res. Somebody had to come over and use the bracers on me. So not only does it drag someone over to my corpse, but then they have to spend a long ass cast time on it. And on a fight like that, sometimes it's not a big deal. Sometimes using combat bracers is pretty easy because the pull's like almost done or whatever. It's not hectic. But that time it was very, 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 very bad to have somebody come over and have to res me. And normally I would just be like, all right, I'm going to dispel myself no matter what. Like, I'm always going to try to dispel myself. But that time, I was like, well, I leave Life Bloom on myself, and I'm just going to sit. I'm going to sit it if it's on me. In fact, now that I think about it, motherfucker, now that I think about it, should I move? I don't think Ursine Vigor is actually... Oh, shit, am I fucking... I'm standing in front of this guy being weird instead of clicking on the portal. All right, we're taking that out. I'm going to put that here. And if I get that fucking debuff on me, I can drop into bear form and frenzied regen, worst case scenario. If you live first boss, it's a dead talent. The one other use of it that I think is potentially nice is if you wanted to, I don't even think I did there, but if you wanted to, you could pre-shift flame shocks on third boss. Especially if the first tick of the dot was going to kill you. It's a lot of shifts? Yeah, it is. But if you're going to die otherwise... Oh man, of all the fucking dungeons to have shit RNG on third boss. Like that one, the one where I haven't even seen third boss in like a fucking week. And we finally fucking get there. Timer's fucking gigo. I think we've only died like 3 times in the key, and one of them was the rogue like falling down the elevator, so it didn't even matter. And then to have that happen. And that's the thing, it was like it wasn't 3 it wasn't necessarily like 3 individual mistakes. It was like a compounding mistake. It was just like so tilting because it was like, okay, the first thing killed me, which pretty directly led to the second thing killing me, because a lot of the reason why the second thing killed me is because I had to slam health pot because I was behind after getting rezzed, and then I have to panic res and take it right before a flame shot goes off to dispel, and then that kills me again. And it's just like it legitimately felt like the game was just flipping me off. Like, nah, fuck you. Oh, you want to no, fuck you again. Oh, you want to no, fuck you again. No, I'm just gonna keep doing this shit till you're depleted. If at any point in time the game would have put the flame shock on literally anybody else right there, I was fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, I don't know who's squishier, the Shadow Priest or the Hunter. I'm gonna guess Hunter.
Targeted. Targeted.
The fact that we actually survived that pull is like a fucking is its own small miracle right there. I don't know how the fuck we didn't wipe, but
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
okay, well. Got 30 Galacrons. Double Rogue. Yeah, fuck it, I'll sign up. Switch from, oh, sorry, I had this pulled up still. Rip LVY? Oh, does the patch fuck it up? Sorry, NA. Do you think you should open your vault and guardian spec for rage heart or resto spec for a weapon? Well, a weapon's gonna be a lot more important than rage heart if you don't have it yet, and a lot more likely to get than a rage heart. Probably rage heart is probably not the first thing I'm chasing on a class. Bro, we were awash in keys that were for score, and now there's nothing. Now it's just a desert. And these guys, what are you waiting for? What are you trying to invite? Like a fucking disc priest? Grow up. What UI do I use? LVY. Dude, I'm actually like Throne and Rise have given me like fucking anxiety in these keys because they just so regularly go wrong that it's hard for me to even imagine anymore it going correctly. Like it's like as soon as I step into a Rise or Because most dungeons, there's like stretches where you're not really in danger of depleting the key. Partly because the timer is usually sort of free. And so you can have some deaths, and it's like, it's not the end of the key, whatever. You know, just keep going, keep going, keep going. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. The timer's fine. Or there's just stretches of the key that's not really that hard. Like, you're probably not going to have a full wipe. You might have a death here or there where somebody has to run back, but it won't be the end of the world. So, you know, like, BRH, like, the run from 3rd to 4th boss, like, yeah, somebody might get stunned and die, but, like, it's pretty rare to wipe in there. Or even the run from, like, 2nd to 3rd boss, yeah, you might have somebody get, like, bowled over, or somebody get run down by bats or something, but it's pretty rare to, like, wipe in there. But in Rise and Throne, it's like, if anything goes wrong, there's a strong chance you just fucked your timer. And, like, every fucking stretch of the dungeon, there's something that can go wrong. Oh, there's another throne. Fuck it, we sign up, baby, once more. Is the bar for crushing depths just a big wing? No, it's a weak aura. I think it's this one, right? Bro. Craft warrior and rogue plus mistweaver or DH plus priest. How about fucking druid and something? Do I ever use Streaming Devotion? I use it on my Disc Priest and Raid. Oh, Zero's in there. Maybe he'll vouch for me now. Bro, I know that I don't understand this. Prefer, but a preference means you're willing to invite somebody that's not the other thing. So don't say pref. Just say I'm only inviting fucking Mistweaver or Priest. Oh, dude. Oh, just invite me to the fucking group, man. Fuck. And then they invited a different oh my god. Fuck this shit. Dude, is Zero streaming? I want to see who the fuck they invited. You want to try Monk now? They're good. They are probably the strongest raid healer, and they're definitely very good in keys. It is a good patch to be a monk. Any reason why I'm plugging this much? Can't find a group. What comp would I be interested in? Man, I don't even give a shit. Like, any fucking comp that has people that play their characters well. Hmm. Okay. What would be a cool thing to bring to this group? I guess a bloodlust would be a cool thing to bring to this group. Although I'm not sure these two give a fuck about a bloodlust. Maybe that wouldn't be a cool thing to bring to this group. Maybe this is a drums gamer group, and we bring like a warrior. Actually, this group might need some help on AoE. Maybe a demon hunter. Or an evoker. Oh, am I going to be competing in MDI this season? Unlikely. I was actually in discussions with a team up until this morning. And they wrote me back this morning and said that they weren't able to lock down the third DPS spot in the group, and they didn't want to play this season unless they were confident that they were going to have a good team, and so they were just deciding not to compete this season. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, make my own team. I tried. I tried. It fell apart. Is everybody else in the dungeon? Timeways, Abyssal Miller, Timeways. They just ran in, didn't help summon at all? What? Okay. Okay. This is for sure the group, right? Okay, the Rogue and Windwalker are 3440 and 3550. So I feel like the chances this goes well are probably small,
5,
but
4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel like our damage on this first pull is going to be a problem, but maybe not. I don't know.
Targeted. Targeted. Targeted.
Bro. Ugh. Whew. Okay, strip that off fast. That was nice.
Three, two, one.
Oh.
Three, two, one. 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 Three, two.
Okay. A little slow. Like, that's actually crazy how slow that is for not having any deaths. I feel like, I think I've gone down a minute faster than that on a 28 fort.
Targeted. Targeted.
Bro! God damn, man. Like, what the fuck is my healing doing at that point? Like, it's not fucking healing me. Like, fuck me, man. Damn it. Oh, I have fucking... Bro. Okay, well... Motherfucker, I forgot I fucking took fucking... dude. I forgot I took fucking Frenzied Region because I sat around waiting to get in a key so fucking long that I just forgot that I fucking took that fucking talent. For precisely that. Ah, fuck. Oh, we're going, okay. Well, now I kind of hope it does go on me just so I can test this.
Targeting.
Bro, can we... Ah! Whew! Holy shit, I did it. And that was with getting lightning bolted. Okay, well... It's like, I feel like you can just feel Pally's getting cranked harder than Vengeance. $28 healer. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just send it. It's fuck. I'm not gonna be picky at this point. Let's just get it. Okay. Yeah, I'll even do a Discord. I don't give a shit. Bro, come on. You can't both fucking ego me like this. Which one was this? Was this the Discord group? This was the Discord group. Okay. All right. How much healing did my Frenzied Region do there? 600k? I mean, that was like one cast, right? I'm gonna be honest. That actually felt really insanely good. I can't believe I lived that because I had a water bolt go off. Oh, Beaver. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Mm. Fine.
Nagura. What's so insane?
Oh, really?
Hello.
Yo.
Yo.
Okay, let's complete on first pull
Yo.
and we can just go out, okay?
No.
Vertex, you were saying?
Hmm?
Well, what?
I played Clash with her like 2 or 3 times.
Dude, why would you even play that game, honestly?
Man, it was my 6-month break.
Oh, okay, fair.
I was lost in League. Just give me like a minute.
Yep.
I'm trying to shovel this food before this key.
I'm back.
Okay, let's have a look. Wait, what is this route? Nice drawing, yeah. I think something like this. Wait. Do we want to Shroud G30 or do we want to Shroud later on? I think G30, right? Don't look at the pools on 11 and 12. I didn't figure out really. um, Critex back.
Yes, I don't think we should pull Ravager with dogs.
No. Like, like when she's low, I will just chain them in.
Yeah, sure.
Like when she's very low. That's it. On first pull, Dryad, you take second kick. Caster.
Second kick on.
Yes. On the caster beach.
On the first caster.
Yes.
I did it, dude. I finished it. Fuck yeah.
Whose key is it?
I think
5,
Dryad.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Yep, perfect. I'll silence next again.
What's that?
I will fair first. Fair. Another fair.
Stunner.
Wait. Stunning. I'll grip into another silence.
I might end this. Yeah.
Good extend, guys.
Yeah.
Unfortunate bursting timing.
Three, two, one.
I'll grip them.
3,
I stun them.
2, 1.
And I'm missing.
I'll stun next.
I just lost the damage.
3,
Gonna be me.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, try it.
Yep.
I'm a good-looking guy. You'd hit it. I know. But thank you.
I'll silence. Stunning. Silence again.
I'm stunning.
One orange.
I'll fear. Fearing again. I'll take yellow. Dripping. I'll silence again. I don't have anything to the castles upstairs. I'll get them in a bit. Start moving there.
Targeted.
Just out of Western.
Cloak it.
Let me know if you need a darkness or anything.
Yep.
Silencing. DB next.
Spread.
Blind.
And green.
I'll fear. Oh, bro.
Okay, so I need to click green. Soon.
No, I've,
I got it.
Okay, it's on tank.
aging.
Oh.
Didn't want to waste the silence situation. Oh, fuck.
Resing.
Okay. Is that was? I'll silence first.
Vortex down.
I don't have anything. No.
Darkness is up. Stunning. I'll silence next.
Okay. I'm on purple.
I'll take yellow if it isn't dead yet.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
I'm just gonna get the castles in actually.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
I'll silence after this again. Silencing. Next one should be DB.
Two, one.
I will stun. There's still my stun.
Spread.
I
Three,
fear.
two, one.
Get a fury.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I'm on green.
Aging.
Two.
I'll silence again.
I'm taking whatever's next. Actually,
Spread.
Waiting for them to go the other side. Flipping them back. I'll stun.
Vortex down.
Okay.
I'm in 10.
Gripping. That was dumb. Off here. It's not going up. Mage kick next. I'll take this on the green mark. Red green. Rogue, take the other one. Yep. After this is silence.
What I run? I guess we get a combat this.
I think we can just probably res after the pull.
Yeah.
Sure.
Spread.
And
Rogue, take this.
And fuck.
We don't have any kicks. Or stops.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess I should have. Guess I should have BR'd.
Yeah, it's fine, dude.
It's unlucky that the cast was on me. It just hit me.
For what it's worth, I don't know what our time is like, but the poll's still alive, and then it's all dying.
Let's try. I don't know, but I
Targeting.
think we should be around the bulls at 9 minutes ish. Couldn't we? Nah, I think we're like 2 minutes behind right now, so.
I guess just try.
Yeah, we can try.
On to something with Frenzy Region is key. Yeah, it's actually like one of my favorite talent choices now, and I don't know why the fuck it never occurred to me sooner.
isn't Celeste.
Mm-hmm. Quick next.
AoE. Avoid.
Please don't be close to the outs in intermission.
Oh, English.
AoE.
Where's the caster all the way there? I'll kick. Razor next.
AoE.
Big next.
Avoid.
Razor.
AoE.
Third again.
Res.
We got some kicks rolling.
Oh.
Yeah, it's GG's.
Probably I can get you up.
Yeah, we just need to get those kicks on the casters.
AoE. AoE.
I don't have anything.
Avoid. AoE.
Why am I always lost here? Fucking disorientated there.
I take my shirt off. I mean, you like pay people to ask them that, right?
Wanna play them on pool or play them later? I think later.
Now we have pull-ons running.
Then okay. I'll get them.
Stack.
Wait, how the fuck did I proc them?
Knock.
I'm on green.
I have some stop still. I'll take moon.
And have purple.
Stack.
Don't have any.
Hello, West Ham.
Aurora.
I'll silence again.
Knock.
Grip them.
Here's a guy.
Guy in the back. It's on me, it's fine.
Picking what is locked. My god, I'm sorry.
Spread. Knock.
I think you always want them on pull.
I mean, that wasn't the issue here. Like, I don't know, people just expect me to call, I guess, but it's,
I mean, it would have
just
been
keep
dead
throwing
at this
through, right?
point.
Yeah, probably, but still.
Stack. Knock. Adds. Stack.
We tried.
True. Yeah, it's just a communication thingy, honestly. Like, but that's fine, right?
All right, well, GG's.
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 Thank you for the invite.
Thank you, dude. GG's, man.
All right, catch you guys later.
See you, man.
GG's.
All right. Oh, fuck. Almost pulled that boss when I popped out.
Wacky do's you like?
28 Marzon's Rise, perhaps? Fuck it, why not? Oh, I was like, why can't I sign up? That's because I'm still in the group. Fabricio, thank you for the resub, babe. 16 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the JDAO, babes. Why doesn't it track any of my frenzied region healing? Is there any reason for me to keep frenzied region in this key? Let's see. First platform, probably not. I guess maybe for tier. Maybe for tier. And then I don't think there's really any use for it on any of the trash packs. Not Morchi. Maybe Time Lost Battlefield if I get like an axe on me. Nah, I don't think this is a very good Frenzied Region dungeon. Alright, what do we take instead then? Need Throne and Rise 28? Yup. Just do this real quick. Actually, we'll do this. And I need to do this.
infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the Timeways. We must follow.
Okay. What is this route looking like? This is a go with Keeper and Maiden, and then chain the rest of this shit. Okay. Yeah, alright.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh, I need to buy more fucking pots. Holy shit, just noticed I'm down to 3. Well, I'll consider it a success if I run out of pots this dungeon.
This can't be right. The infinites changed the true timeline. This can't be happening. If Murazan exists, that means Dorma. No. No. We can fix this.
Shield.
We have to get back to the timeways.
What the fuck? Dude, no! Are you fucking kidding me? There was a thing underneath. Why the fuck does fucking dog shit fucking bloodlust and the fucking Farak trinket turn me into a neon green or a neon pink fucking bubble that's like fucking 10 stories tall? Can't see shit under my fucking feet when that happens.
4. Shield.
It's bursting. Let's fucking go, dude. Get in the shield. Oh, Jesus.
Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Shield. Dodge. Dodge.
Need a good bait spot.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
My blows are infinite.
Oh, okay.
Dodge.
Annihilation is inevitable. Your
No, dude.
strike is true. Infinites grant me strength.
Well, you don't take any durability from that.
The infinite dawn has already risen.
Is Pip's trinket just better than Fractured Tomorrow's? Yeah, it's just better. Around 28. We go again. Bro, I don't, dude. This is, I have a feeling we're gonna get an AUG. This could be, I think, the second time we go into this dungeon with this, with the, or at least the DPS comp of Monk Rogue AUG. And I just feel like that shit does not do enough damage for the fucking pulls in this dungeon. Like, it just does not seem like the big pulls die. What weapon do I use? Iridol? Yeah. Okay, we grabbed a mage. Okay. Okay, so we don't need, or no, we need this, and we drop back from using this to this. Swap that shit out. Gonna push a lot on the next reset, or kind of chilling. I mean, I'm not gonna avoid doing high keys next week, but probably not gonna make a big effort to do it because it's gonna be bolstering Tyrannical, which is barely butthole. So I'm not gonna spend a lot of time fucking around with that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Got a lot of haste. Yeah. We're up to the just underneath the 20% DR. 483 leech or 49. I mean, I always just throw that kind of shit into questionably epic. Let it tell me what it thinks its opinion is.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Targeted.
Yeah. I swear to God, that second fucking crushing depths comes out on bursting like every fucking time. Like clockwork. It's shit.
Three, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. Spread. Targeted.
Ah, saved him. Okay. Whew.
Targeted.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Really? Fucking really? I got... how do they even have fucking LOS on me from there? I don't understand. What kind of fucking sniper... That's so unfortunate. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How in the fuck did they get LOS on me? I don't fucking get it.
Spread. Spread. Fixate. Spread. Spread.
God damn it. I thought they were gonna fucking die before... Damn, dude, my fucking Hearthstone isn't even up yet. Oh. up a little throne here. No, 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 no. Fuck that. No, invite me, dude. Fuck that guy. Yeah, dude. Frenzied Regen kind of fucking owns, actually. It's kind of crazy. One fucking cast, 800k healing. Okay. Well, I think I may call it there. I think I'll probably stream some more later. Or, no, stream. I'll probably play some more later tonight, but probably gonna turn stream off now and go chill for a little bit. Talk to Shauna. And then we may try to send a few more keys last ditch before reset, but it's looking bleak. So, well, we did not get the 3,700 that we would hope to. I frankly am shocked at how difficult it is to pug 28 Throne and Rise. Like, that shit just feels impossible to do unless you're in, like, comms with each other. Especially, normally bursting is, like, not that big of a deal, I don't think. You know, usually bursting is whatever, but in that dungeon in particular, there's a lot of shit where, like, the bursting starts rolling in the middle of some other shit that's going to kill you. And, you know, like, bursting stacks on top of the Ravager, and then the Ravager turns and shoots you. And, like, normally you just barely live a shoot from the Ravager, but if you've got bursting on you, even, like, 1 or 2 stacks of bursting is enough to just chip your health down to where, boom, now you're dead. Instead of getting dropped low, now you're dead. Or Crushing Depths comes out right as you roll a bursting, and you would be able to heal through it, but with bursting pushing their health down the whole way, like, now you don't have enough time to do it. And I feel like there's a lot of deaths to bursting this week that normally would not happen in that dungeon on other affixes. But yeah, it's sort of frustrating. So anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual. Primarily a Mythic Plus stream, so if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.